White turns at the top of his mark into ball to Akimel Rogers. As Aaron Rogers opens the face, pushes into the offside, cannot score.
Who won the toss?
I have no. So the Razor Massives, they won the toss. They elected to bat first. Rogers and Richardson, the opening batters. White is in now to bowl to Akimel Rogers. Rogers is driving down the ground, straight back to Ashley White, who palms it up into the air. It can't be stopped by his fielder, so again it's no runner. A deep cover and a third man, the two men out of the circle for the foreign stars as White turns. Past the umpire into ball to Rogers. Rogers getting this one off the outside edge. It runs away down towards third man, and they will get a single. For the first time, the left-handed Keyshawn Richardson is brought on to strike. The field will have to change over, because it wouldn't be great advice to play with just a cover in the mid-off to such a dangerous batter in Keyshawn Richardson. They're maintaining a fine leg, so just the four men going over to the offside, and now the fine leg goes over to third man on the boundary. So the exact same field to both right-hander and the left-hander. Nobody behind square on the onside. Point is a very fine, very large gap between cover point and point. Richardson, he can look to exploit that. As now the long off is put in place, the deep cover comes into the circle. White, a very crafty character, coming right arm around the wicket into ball to Keyshawn Richardson. Richardson is bowled in! Ashley White has dismissed Keyshawn Richardson. He's knocked back the middle peg, and in the first over, the Razor Massives, they have lost their first wicket. It's 3 for 1. Keyshawn Richardson going for a heave. Not a very advised shot, I must say. Trying to go for a very expansive drive. His first delivery of the match, and he has been bowled. It's going to be Ashon Hodge who's going to be replacing him, the new batsman coming in at number 3. But Keyshawn Richardson, he would have been somebody that the Razor Massives would have looked towards to carry us back throughout the innings. If they wanted to post a good total, he has to go very cheaply. At the end of the first over and at the end of one, it is 3 for 1.
Where your uniform? Where your uniform? It's okay, man. Table over there. Alkins. Oh.
It's going to be Shivnarine Benjamin, I believe, will be taking up the attack from this commentary box position, bowling his left arm pacey.
Hello.
He's been a wicket taker for the foreign stars throughout this tournament, leads them in wickets. I believe he's like second or third in the overall wicket charts, Shivnarine Benjamin. It's 3 for 1 after 1 over. 3 for 1. Akimel Rogers comes to the wicket. Ashley White. It's going to be Shiv. He'll be bowling left arm over the wicket to Akimel Rogers. Rogers is pulling this one down towards the mid-wicket region. Man on the long on boundary. Well, the wide long on boundary comes across and does the fielding. It is just a single.
You're coming now.
I think he's 2. Scores on to 4. Rogers is on 2, I do believe. White yet to score. Keyshawn Richardson did not score. Went for a first ball duck. It's Ashawn Hodge who took his guard. He is getting into position now, taking his time. Now here comes Shiv Benjamin over the wicket into ball to Ashawn. He's forward and pushing into the offside. It will not be a run. The score is now 4-1. 4-1. Hodge is just facing one delivery, no run. Richardson went for a golden duck. Rogers is a 2. 2 byes. It's going to be Shiv. He's into ball to Ashawn Hodge. And to this delivery, Hodge is turning it down behind square. There should be a few runs. They will get 1. Coming back for the second. They could get 3 if they wanted to. The ball went very close to the boundary. And the man had to come from third man, from short third man, to go and get it. But they only took 2. The first 2 runs to Ashawn Hodge. They move on to 6 for 1 here in the course of the second over. The 6 for 1 are the Razor Massives, who won the toss and chose to bat. It's going to be Shiv Benjamin. And again, runs away from us past the umpire into ball to Hodge. And Hodge is pushing into the onside. He will get a single. Very well placed shot there by Hodge. Gets 1, he moves on to 3. Score is on to 7. 7 for 1. 7 for 1. The Razor Massives. Akimel Rogers is back on to strike. Shiv is into ball now to Rogers. And Rogers is going back and defending back to the ball for no run. Shiv Benjamin is getting some good inward movement and assistance with the breeze. Getting some good inward movement back into the right-handers. Benjamin into ball to Akimel Rogers. He's opening the face and guiding it down towards the point region. He will get a single. Rogers on to 3. The score on to 8. It is going to be 8 for 1 at the end of the second over. 8 for 1. Rogers is 3 and Hodge is also 3.
The second over?
Benjamin. Chef Benjamin.
Ashawn have 2, right?
Ashawn is 3.
3.
It's 8 for 1. 5. 8 for 1 this score. 8 for 1 as White is going to continue from the Central Polyclinic end. He cannot afford to stray down the leg side as he only has 2 fielders in the leg side. Again, nobody behind the square. Deep cover, third man, the 2 men out of the circle. Ashley White. Right arm over the wicket, into ball to Akimel Rogers. Rogers is driving straight to mid-off. Oh, what a take that is! Oh, what a catch! Sticking up one hand was that Shiv Benjamin down there. Sticking up a hand, his left hand, and took an absolute blinder. The Razor Massives are in further trouble. It's 8 for 2. Akimel Rogers goes for 3.
Yeah, Bob!
That was the first ball, right? Of that over.
What a catch down there. Just sticking up the left hand and taking an absolute beauty.
Catch it?
I think it was Shiv, but I can't see. Ashley White. White has a second wicket of the encounter. It is the Razor Massives already in some serious trouble. It's 8 for 2. It's going to be Rolando Wright, the man Bob. He is coming into the middle now. And he will have to stay there and stay there for a long time. He'll be facing Ashley White. White has 2 wickets already. Same field, the deep third man and the deep cover. Rogers was trying to drive over mid-off and got caught. Here comes White into ball to Wright, and Wright is doing brilliantly. He turns the blade and guides it down towards square leg. They can get at least 3. They will get 3. Very good running by Wright and Hodge.
Good throw, Marvin!
Wright immediately on to 3. It's 11 for 2. 11 for 2 here in the course of the third over. It's Ashon Hodge. There is a massive captain. Getting his guard here at this end. The first time he's batting from this commentary booth end. Polyclinic end is where Ashley White is bowling from. Ashley White. Bowling his right arm medium pace. Just waiting on Ashon to get set. Ashon surveys the field. Sees he has a deep cover and a deep third man once again to contend with. Very large gap there at the point region. White is into ball to Hodge. It's full and Hodge drives down to mid-on for a single. Hodge moves on to 4. The score on to 12. 12 for 2. It's going to be Ashley White once again. And on the right, asks him to hold on just a bit as he does a bit of gardening on the surface. We do have 2 games for today. Coming up in our second game, it's going to be the Farrington Super Sixers taking on the Beamers, I believe, as Wright is going to try and heave one over the leg side, only inside is it onto his pad, and they do scamper through for a single. Wright is 4. The score is on to 13. 13 for 2. In the course of the third over, Ashley White. Waiting on Ashon Hodge to get ready. White now. Breaks into his run, into ball to Ashon Hodge, and Hodge is driving. Oh, that's a good stop, or a good partial stop. It saved a couple runs, gave away a single. The score has moved on to 14. Score on to 14. Hodges 5 as White is in now over the wicket to bowl to Rolando Wright, and Wright trying to cut a ball that was way too full to cut. That's going to be a dot ball at the end of the third over, and at the end of 3, it's the Razor Masses who are 14 for 2.
And as I say, good afternoon, Doc. Well, it's still morning, is it? Yes, I think it's still morning. We are so accustomed to being here in the afternoon time. To all of our listeners who are taking this broadcast, live action here, early game on this beautiful Saturday morning with the Razor Massive up against the Foreign Stars, and so far they have certainly had the upper hand in picking up some 2 early quick wickets, and I think we were told that this match was only slated for 12 over a side, and so behind the 8 ball is a Razor Massive. They will certainly need to consolidate from these 2 batters here.
Well, if it been a short in the fair, they would have to start scoring and scoring quickly. It's going to be the left-handed Shiv Benjamin continuing the attack from the commentary booth end over the wicket to bowl to Ashon Hodge, and to this delivery. Hodge is getting one off the outside edge, but there's no slip in place. The ball went down to third man, stopped by short third man. It's going to be no run. Shiv is bowling well, getting some good movement once again. He's moving it both ways. Benjamin in again to Sean Hodge. It's fuller. Hodge can only defend it to short mid wicket for no run. Shiv Benjamin, the left-arm medium pacer, once again bowling over the wicket into bowl to Sean Hodge. It's again full and driven straight back to the bowler for no run. Shiv is bowling very well thus far. The foreign stars on a whole are bowling very well, not giving up many runs. They've been very economical. It's going to be in again now, a shift to bowl to Sean Hodge. This delivery, Hodge is back and trying to cut and cutting into the gap. It's going to be a chase. They get one. Coming back for the second. It's pulled back well, and they only get two.
Good shot there from Ashan, and the ball was racing up the hill. The player gallantly running after it and was able to at least just pull it back just before it could have touched the boundary rope. But two good runs there for Ashan and for the Razor Massive.
16 for 2, the score. 16 for 2. Here in the course of this, the fourth over. Shiv Benjamin left arm over the wicket to bowl to Sean Hodge. It's full, and Sean clips it down to the deep square leg region. Man coming off the boundary feels well. It will be just a single. Goes for solitary runner on that occasion. Brings right back onto strike. Right, who is a 4 right now. We'll have a deep square leg and a long arm that's 3/4 of the way back. Here comes Benjamin into bowl to right. Right is poking at this one. It's straight back down to the bowler for no run. A very economical over, just 2 off it. It's 16 for 2.
Yes, apart from those 2 shots that was played on the onside and on through the offside there by Ashan Hodge, pretty tight over there from Benjamin, and certainly the Razor Massive in a spot of bother here, and these 2 batters will certainly need to at least play out the remaining of these overs, because they are short-handed, so to speak, in terms of the number of players that they had in the shed. And so Hodge and both Wright will be looking to make sure that they at least bat the full quarter of the 12 overs that's allotted to them here this morning.
Then we're going to be seeing spin for the foreign stars. Can't directly see who the bowler is. Who's the bowler?
I think I was doing it. Baker, right?
Well, it's going to be spin. A long off and a deep cover in place. Now the long on goes into position. Marvin goes down to the long on boundary. Spinner now. The bowling off spin looks like over the wicket. He's in now, right arm over the wicket into bowl to Hodge. Hodge is backhand punching into the offside. Misfield means they will get a single. The score has moved on to 18 now. It was over number 5. It's 18 for 2. As he's in again now. From the Central Polyclinic end, the bowling is right arm off. He's over the wicket into bowl to Rolando Wright. This one is very wide. It will be called and signaled as such. And he bowled off the pitch there. He's in again now. The ball to right. Right is back and pulling, and it's dropped. He pulled it straight to, I believe, Elvis Monix there at short mid-wicket, and he put it down.
Yes, Monix there. Just not being able to get the lift, just the height to jump, just pushing his hands up, and it was over his head. Tried to parry it up, but only over the goal post, and I had to run to retrieve. But in the meantime, the batsman would have picked up a single.
Then again now the ball to Hodge, and Hodge is crunching this one through extra cover, and that is a glorious shot for 4.
Wow, and as it left the bat dock, it was just racing across the turf here and crashing into the boundary for 4 good runs there for Hodge and for the Massive.
24 for 2. 24 for 2. Hodge is 11, Wright is 5. It's going to be in again now, the off spinner. Into ball to Hodge. And again, Hodge is driving, this time towards the fielder at the cover boundary. Gets a single. He's on to 12, Hodge, the score on to 25. The course of over number 5, they are 25 for 2. He's in again now. This on the ball to right, and the right is trying to cut. It's going to be a wide. It's Kerry Roberts, I believe, is the bowler. Kerry Roberts, I believe, is the bowler for the Foreign Stars. And again now Roberts, the ball to right. And that was a wide, but he cut it aerially, and it was almost trouble. It fell between the cover and point fielders, and they will get a single. All right, moves on to 6. The score is on to 27 for 2. Roberts, and this time Hodge can only push it back down to him for no runner. That's the end of the 5th over, and at the end of 5, the Razor Massives winning the toss, choosing to bat. They are 27 for 2. Right to Hodge, and Hodge is crunching this one through extra cover, and that is a glorious shot for 4. To Hodge, and Hodge is crunching this one through extra cover, and that is a .27 for 2 is the score. As I think it's going to be, is that Cyril will be taking up the attack now. Don't think I've seen Michael Cyril bowl all tournament. I believe he's a wicket keeper by trade, but with Dion Williams also being a keeper, Cyril has gone into the field, and now he'll be taking a bowl. A bit surprising, seeing as you know that Dion Williams, he's a good bowler as well. Bowl some good right arm off spin.
Well, I guess multi-talented and utilities players, as we usually call them in the field of soccer.
I don't think there's anything called a specialist wicket keeper anymore. We saw Puram the other day bowling right arm off. He's picking up 4 wickets.
Certainly, certainly.
Nicholas Puram, the West Indies captain, is a keeper by trade, but turned into an off spinner for that one day and picked up 4 wickets. We see Glenn Phillips as well does it. The keeper who bowls. Devon Thomas, wicket keeper who bowls. Don't think there's anything called a specialist wicket keeper anymore. Not like in the olden days where guys like Jeffrey Dujon,
yes,
the wicket keepers alone. Cyril bowls one, it's fast and down the leg side. They are going to get 1 And come back for the second. That will be 3 wides.
No, he's signaling leg bar.
It's in the leg buys. Well, it looked like wides from my vantage point, but leg buys is the signal, so it's 29. 2 leg buys.
Yeah.
29 the score, 29 for 2. This is going to be a Raquel Cyril in again. He's bowling a right arm off breaks. More like a right arm fire it into the batter's legs. A Cyril again. Oh, that's full and fast. Bowling like Chris Gale. If you ever saw Chris Gale bowl his right arm off ease, wasn't much spin in it. It just fire it in towards the batsman's legs. He's doing that and doing that well. And again now is Cyril in the bowl to right, and again it's off the pad and down towards the fine leg region. They will get 2 leg buys once again, I do believe. 31 now, 31 for 2 in the course of the 6th over. Cyril is in again now to bowl, and he's back and looking to cut, but not making good contact. It's a dot ball. Here comes Raquel Cyril in again now to bowl to right. And right is driving, but straight to the field. It's a misfield, and they scamper through for a single. Does he? They're looking for an appeal, but he is home safe.
Well, yes, Monix there after having parried that catch that should have been taken. They're just slightly misfielding and allowing the batter there to at least go through for a single. Tight one at that, but did make ground according to the square leg umpire there in Mr. Calvin Hughes.
32 the score now. 32 for 2. It's going to be right killer a 0. Wait again, a Sean Hodge. Hodge taking his precious time. You hear a bit of banter going on in the field. This is going to be a Cyril. He's in the bowl to Hodge. It's full and pushed into the gap. Hodge wanted a single, but there is none on. At the end of 6, it's a massive score, 32 for 2.
At the end of 6, 32 for 2, with just 12 overs allotted in this shortened format here in the Anguilla Premier T20 League. Game 1 of 2 for today, and the Razor Massive certainly scoring just about 5 runs and over will certainly need to look to push on in the remaining 6 overs and see how far they could get. This could be a very interesting match there, Doc. I know the Razor Massive, they are not with a full quarter of players, but they will certainly can make a match of it and give the foreign stars something to play at if they can continue to bowl tight during their turn in their field. So good little encounter building up here. These two batters are consolidating very well in that of Ashan Hodge and Wright. After losing 2 early quick wickets, and they have pushed the score on somewhat to the best of their ability.
Well, we can see that. So Jim Felix has just made his way into the stadium, the 11th man for the foreign stars. So now they'll have their full quarter in the field. But one thing we do know about the foreign stars, as we saw in their last game, their batting can be very vulnerable. They were bowled for, what was it, 60 odd?
Yes. And the
22.
So the Razor Massive, they can certainly make a game of this, if they can consolidate and push the score to some respectability. for the allotment of their 12 overs that they have afforded to them, and certainly put some squeeze on the Foreign Stars, who has been struggling since they would have started with a win against the Beamers in their opening match. They have not really played up to their capability as to their first match, and so it's left to be seen what will transpire here throughout the duration of this match.
Well, it's been a Sean Hodge who's taking the responsibility to do most of the scoring for the Razor Massives. He is at 12 right now. Rolando Wright, he is on 6, just 6 right now. Akimel Rogers, the only other batter to score. He scored 3 before he got caught trying to go for a big heave over the offside. Was caught brilliantly by Shiv Benjamin. As we did have a very diminished water break, you would say, very short, as we are just playing the 12 overs aside. And this first encounter, scheduled start time was at 10 a.m., but we had a lot of delays. Not sure exactly what the delays were for, maybe for players, maybe for the pitch, so the pitch was still being taken care of. So we are just playing the 12 overs aside.
Yes, certainly. We've been getting some on and off showers. We know that it has been a very dry season here in Anguilla and around most parts of the Caribbean. And as we are nearing the period that we usually get quite a good flow of rain coming in, we've been getting some intermittent showers off and on. Very overcast this morning. Had some rain throughout the course of the evening as well, and so as we know that any bit of shower can really curtail the playing of cricket, so to speak. But pitches look good, the outfielders look good with the intermittent showers that we've been getting, that coupled with the watering of the field. We've seen where some greenery is certainly coming back on the square.
As the fielders are making their way back out, you see Wright having a conversation with one of the umpires. Not seeing Jim Felix, actually, I believe. No, I don't think we've seen Jim Felix make his way on to the field just yet. Actually, I believe he is on the field now. Yes, he is on the field now, so they have their full quota of 11. The Razor Masters, I don't know if they have their full quota of 11.
Well, I've only seen 8 men penciled in. Lanville, the wily vet, old veteran, and he has not suited up. He was telling me if needs be, then he might play. I'm certainly sure that that's not going to be possible today because he has not, he's not even in uniform, and so they will have to make do with the number of players that they have they said have lost 2 wickets so far, as we certainly going to get back to the action here. That is shaping up to be an interesting one.
They will have to bowl and bowl tightly, the Razor Masters, if they want to defend anything that's they were to post, because again they only have 6 outfielders available to them. And we know that once again the Foreign Stars batting, it can be volatile. It can fall apart at the slightest notice again. Going back to the last game when the Beamers completely outplayed them. Finished the game at maybe 3:30. The game had started around 1:15, 1:30. The game was done by 3:30.
Yes, that looks like it's a new bowler.
It's going to be a new bowler.
It looks like the dad of Oliver Screechy Walker.
Well,
carries another name.
32 for 2.
No, they're trying to get the score. Trying to see 13. The winner? Who's scored?
I know something come back. Yeah, deal with it. The ballers and it's going to be turned into the leg side for a single by right.
Name of the ball.
You don't know your opinion.
It's going to be I'm not sure, maybe it's Burton.
That's what you make it on that report.
I think it may be Burton who's a new bowler, and Hodge is back and pushing into the offside. Good stop with the boot. Hodge gets a single. He's on to 13. Score is on to 34, I do believe. 34 for 2. And again now is Burton. And it's clipped down towards the deep square leg region. Man coming off the boundary does the fielding. They get a single.
He said for the 44 runs.
Here comes Burton into ball to Hodge. Hodge is back and cutting into the offside. And they will get 1 and no, they will get 4. That's a powerful shot by Ashon Hodge. He moves on to 17 and the score is on to 38.
Good shot there by Ashon Hodge, and really stamping his claim on this game here this morning.
Clipped into the leg side for a single by Hodge. Score on to 39. 39 for 2, and Wright is pulling it and pulling it straight to Jim Felix. Jim Felix takes the catch, and Rolando Wright has to go. Not a well-advised shot at all. Not what his team needed. Rolando Wright has to go for 8, and the Razor Massives there 39 for 3.
Yes, in further troubles, there is a massive there, and I'm certainly sure that Wright would have loved to stay there a little bit longer. They had just started to build a good partnership there with Ashon Hodge, and certainly given the wicket, given his wicket away, trying to force for the runs, knowing that the overs are running out, and a good catch there by the fielder there down at the mid-wicket boundary. So the new batter looks to be that of Keith Harrigan, and we would have seen some heroics from Keith Harrigan there in a match that was keenly contested, going right down to the wire. Came up with some big hitting. There was Keith Harrigan, and you certainly look to see whether or not he can battle the remaining of these overs, and if he is able to do so, we can look to see a good score.
$39 for 3. The score 39 for 3. As it's going to be new bowler for the Foreign Stars. Can't quite see who the new bowler is for the Foreign Stars right now. I believe it's Desmond Olivier who's taking up the bowling now. It's going to be Desmond Olivier. And now the ball to Sean Hodge, and Hodge is driving that down the ground straight to Olivier. That's good fielding. Course of the 8th over, it's 39 for 3.
Who's bowling there, man?
It's Desmond Olivier. Here comes Olivier now into bowl to Sean Hodge. It's a full toss, and it's down towards the final leg region. They will get one, come back for the second rather easily. Waiting to see what the signal will be, if there will be one. There is not going to be a signal there by umpire Josiah John. So it's just the 2 runs to Ashon Hodge.
How much he has?
Hodge is 20. Olivier now. And it's a backhand driven straight to the fielder for no run. Now, and it's off the outside edge down to third man for a single.
How much
whites? What extras in a hole? 8 extras.
Olivier bowls to Harrigan, tugs it into the onside. The fielder comes off the boundary, and he's a single is had there by Harrigan. The score moves on to that's a 44 for 3. 42 for 3, yes.
I believe Hodge has one extra, is 22 actually. Made by Mr. Run. So just recalculated, I believe Hodge is 22. Harrigan is 1. 42 for 3. It's Olivier now. Center ball to Hodge, and Hodge is driving furiously, but down to long off. Where Marvin does the fielding, they get a single. Moves on by 1 to 43. Hodge is 23. And that's going to be the end of the 8th over as well. Just 4 off it. It's 43 for 3.
So 43 for 3, and as we are heading into over, is that over number 9, Doc?
Yes.
Over number 9 of 12, and the Razor Massive still trying to put up what would be a respectable score here. We are doing dual work here in our comments booth and our production area, and so we're making sure that what's being presented to you in terms of our scoring is right on par with what's coming through the wires and through the screen as well. And because we're a little bit short-handed here, Doc, but doing
Very
a pretty good job
short-handed.
so far.
Going to be Burton to continue. Bowling right arm over the wicket into ball to Ashawn Hodge. Hodge clipping it down towards the deep backward square region. We will get at least a couple. This 2 is all they are going to get. This moves on to 45. 45 for 3. Hodge is 25. Hodge 25. Wright scored 8. Keith Harrigan is just 1. Akimel Rogers scored 3. Also had 8 extras. As it's going to be Sean Hodge waiting on Jim Felix to get the covers back off the field. The covers had blown on. Now Burton is in now to bowl to Hodge, who's back and pushing straight back to the bowler for no run. So it's a deep backward square, a deep mid wicket, long on, long off on a deep cover. Third man very fine as he's in now and cutting, trying to go through the point region, but they will get a single.
Good cricket there all round, Doc. Good shot played there by Ashan and Keith. Not so much for fleet-footed runner, but he was certainly backing up well. The fielder there feeling the ball quickly and getting it quickly into the keeper, but not before the batter would have made his ground.
Burton again to bowl to Keith, and I think Keith has been knocked over inside edge onto his stumps, and Keith Harrigan has to go. Trying to pull one down into the leg side. It was much too full to pull, and he got a bottom edge onto his stumps. That's the end of Keith Harrigan. He goes for 1 from just 2 deliveries. The Razor Massives, they are 46 for 4.
Well, yes, Keith Harrigan not able to pull off the heroics that he set alight here a couple weeks ago with some lusty hitting. This time was trying to give a big heave-ho, and they got an inside edge, and the ball cannoned into its stump, and that's all she wrote for him and for the Razor Massive, sinking themselves further into trouble, only having some 46 runs on the board and losing 4 of the 8 wickets that they have had listed here for us this afternoon. Well, we will see whether or not Alric Rogers and Ashan Hodge can at least bat out these remainder of the overs. That.
So this is going to be Alric Rogers, who is a new batter. Rogers, brother of Akimel Rogers, younger brother of Akimel Rogers, coming into the middle now. I believe this is the first time I'm seeing here for this APL. Would have played last year. Here comes a Bertie. This into ball to Alric Rogers. Rogers is back and punching into the offside, not getting a run. This one turned into the onside now. And again, no run.
Well, the end of over number 9. So we've got 3 left, 18 balls. And certainly if these 2 batter here in Alric Rogers and Ashan Hodge can really set the park ablaze here with some big lusty hitting, they can get to a very respectable score and try to see if they can contain the batting lineup of the foreign stars. But they've got 18 balls, 3 overs, and they've still got quite a lot of work to do here if they really are to mount a score that can pose a challenge to the Foreign Stars.
Well, they would definitely want to get to a score of at least 60. At least 60. That's something that I would believe is defendable for them at this stage.
Is that Monix?
Yes, it is going to be Elvis Monix. It's going to be Elvis Monix taking up the attack now. So just the 1/4 Olivier. Monix, the vice captain of the Foreign Stars. The score is at 46-3. Here comes Monix. It's going to be down the leg side, and they get a single as well. Is it leg buys or is it wides?
Yeah, I'm not seeing a signal, so
Must be runs, I guess. So another run to Ashawn Hodge. Didn't look like he hit anything from our vantage point, but
certainly.
I guess it came off the bat. 47-3. Alric Rogers on strike. Back and pushing back to the bowler for no run. And again, no more next to Alric Rogers is back looking at a pull, but the ball kept very low. The ball kept very, very low. Wasn't able to get any contact on that one, luckily for him.
Lucky for him, yes.
And again now is Monix. And Rogers heaves it down towards the long off. He will get a single. Off the mark is Alric. He is 1. The score is on to 48-3. 48-3 the score. Here comes Elvis Monix into ball to Ashawn Hodge and to this delivery. Hodge is jammed with the Yorker. With the Yorker there by Elvis Monix. Don't know whether he's bowling pace or spin. We used to call that space back when we were playing cricket, the spin pace.
Well, he's doing a pretty good job so far. Just 2 runs off his over.
He's in again now, Elvis Monix, the ball to Ashawn Hodge. Again a Yorker length delivery. It reminds me a lot of what Shahid Afridi used to bowl in his latter days. Couldn't bowl the pace anymore. So he'd come with a spinner's run up and just fire it in.
Yes, really good over there from Monix, keeping the batters in check, only allowing 2 runs, and further curtailing the run scoring of the Razor Massive. They're just a couple of runs away from the 50 mark, but like
48.
Doc says,
48.
they will be looking to score anywhere in the range of 60 and above to be in with a chance to see whether or not they can put some pressure on these Foreign Stars. But so far so good for the Foreign Stars. They've kept the Razor Massive in check, not allowing them to run away in their scoring.
But once again, it looks like 48-4 the score. Harrigan, Wright, Richardson, and Akimel, the batters dismissed. Burton into ball, and that's a good looking shot by Alric. It's going to go down towards the cover region and get close to the boundary, but not quite get there. They do get a 2. The 50 has been raised, 50 for 4. 50 up for the Razor Massives.
Yes, Rogers looking to open up his arms.
Here comes Burton in again to Rogers, who's backhand pulling it down towards the square leg boundary. Misfield, but they do only get a single. 51, the score moves on to Alric, opening up his arms just a bit. Let's see. into the 11th over. Just one over left after this one. It's Burton into ball to Hodge, who backs away and tries to cut it straight down to long off. They will get a single and nothing more. Hodge is batted well. He is at 28. 52 they score now. 52 for 4. It's going to be Burton again to bowl to Alric Rogers. Opening the face and driving towards short cover. And that's a very well run single. Good quick running.
Just good quick running there. You know, Alric has some good speed in him and wasn't afraid to take on the fielder, both himself and his captain Ashan.
And again now Burton. And Ashan looking to tug it, but straight to short mid wicket for no run. Here comes Burton again, right arm over the wicket to bowl to Ashan Hodge. And he's driven it straight back to Burton. Ashan Hodge has to go. Well, that is an anticlimactic dismissal. He drove it straight back to the bowler.
Well, certainly not the way that Ashan Hodge would have liked to leave the crease, but last ball of Burton's over, and I'm certainly sure of his spell as well. They really put in a good spell of bowling. According to my records here, he would have bowled 3 overs for some 14 runs and pick up some 3 wickets. So good return there for the wise head in Burton, and certainly for the trouble for the Razor Massive. Just scored just over 50. Whether or not that will be enough for defending, but we've got one more over in this innings for the Razor Massive, and they sure will want to look to score maybe at least 12, 13 runs off of this over to at least pass that 60 mark that you would have suggested that.
Yes, but I do believe that Alric would want to face pretty much all 6 deliveries, because it's Africa, I believe, who is the new batter. And I don't know how much batting pedigree Africa has, but I suspect it may not be much. Alric drives it to long on. They want 2, but they will only get 1.
Well, we'll see what Africa has here. I think I believe I would have seen him bowled already, but with regards to his batting,
you know, he can bowl just a bit. It's the batting now. Here comes Monix, and I think he's been knocked over first of all. So he pretty much told the story right there. Said I suspected he didn't have much batting pedigree, and that was proven right.
Well, yes, certainly. Maybe some bowling prowess, but not any batting class at all.
Exactly.
And that's going to be the end. We've got another name here on the list, but apparently he didn't show up, and so that's the end of the innings there for the Razor Massive. And we will see whether or not they will be able to defend this. These 54 runs that they would have made for after what would have been 11.2 overs of batting. So that's the end of the innings of the Razor Massive, winning the toss and electing to bat, and certainly short-handed and not really looking the Razor Massive that we're accustomed to. Doc, only able to put up some 54 runs, certainly sure that's not going to be enough.
I highly doubt it, but it's cricket. But when you are that short-handed and you can only have 5 wickets to lose, or 6 wickets to lose actually, it doesn't bode well. When you can only have 6 wickets to lose and only put out 7 batters, 54. When you can only produce 7 batters, it does not bode well for you at all. But they are very short-handed. There's no Peters, there's no Kenroy David, there's no Akeem Charles, there's no Solomon Gokaran. They are very, very short-handed.
It's very, very short-handed, and we can see some probably light work of this total from the foreign stars, but like you said, we have not seen them bat as well as they would have done in the opening encounter. And whether Razor Massive have the bowling, the artery in their bowling, and their feeling as well to slow the scoring of the Razor Massive, certainly they'll be very, very, very much hard pressed to do so, Doc.
Yes, and we do know that the foreign stars, they have a good batting lineup on paper, but we know how volatile it can be. They can go from scoring at 130, 140 to getting bowled for 60. And a lot of their batting responsibility will lie on their captain, Ashley White, as well as vice captain Elvis Mornington, wicket-keeper Dion Williams. That's where a lot of their batting responsibility will lie. They will look to them to knock off the bulk of these runs. They also have the likes of Shiv Benjamin in the hut as well. And what they do have at their advantage is a full 11. While there is a Massives, they have just 7 players. How much I got, 7? Jesus.
Well, that's they certainly need to regroup and get themselves set and ready for the next match. Their next game that is slated for next weekend, God willing, barring there is no weather of that sort, and look to see if they can at least get their full quota of players to at least challenge and to be a part of the game, as opposed to just fielding some 7 players. 54 for 54 of the 11.2 overs was the Razor Massive, and so just a mere 55 runs for victory from 12 overs if the foreign stars will really have an opportunity to win this game here today. So the break, it's the Razor Massive winning the toss and electing to bat with only muster score of 54 for 6 of 11.2 overs, and set the target for the foreign stars, and we'll certainly see if we can get it, if they can get it here this afternoon, Doc. We know that there's a lot of cricket in the air, and we've just seen the West Indies team. They have just came off of what was a 2-0 series win in the T20 after the first game was washed out, and they go into the white ball, the 50 over format this time, and certainly sure they will be looking to maintain their winning ways and to come away with a clean sweep in all 3 formats of the game.
Yes, we did see that in the first T20. The West Indies, they were able to convincingly dismiss of Bangladesh. We saw half centuries from Brandon King, and Rahman Powell was enough to get the West Indies to a good total I will get the exact score for you in a moment. They were able to get to 193 for 5. It was Brandon King with a half century, 57 from 43, and Robman Powell with a brilliant power-filled 61 from 28. Now with Captain Puran scoring 34, that got the West Indies to 193, and in reply, Bangladesh could only muster 158, with Shakib Al Hasan scoring 68, him being the only batter to really get going. Afif Hussain scored 34. It was the bowling of Romario Shepherd and Akil Hussain really that stifled the chase. Good economical bowling by Hayden Walsh as well, who went for just 5.75. Then in the second T20 match, the West Indies, they have been chasing this time. The third one, sorry, would have been chasing. Bangladesh posted 163 for 5. Litton Das scored 49, and Afif Hussain scored 50 from 38 before he was run out. And the West Indies, it was Nicholas Puran with a brilliant innings of 74 from 39. And it was Kyle Mills who supported him as well with 55 from 38. Because Puran, he's been in great form for the last number of international matches. I believe, if I remember correctly, he's the highest run scorer in T20 international since the T20 World Cup.
Yes, yes, he has really been certainly in form, and given the mantle of captaining the white ball team as well, we have not seen any effect so far that could pose on some players as we would have seen in time past, but been very, very good across. I mean, yes, a lot of people say, well, okay, you can't really judge them yet, but you can only play what's been given to you and what's been put in front of you, and that is the Bangladesh that they're dealing with now. The India series comes up shortly after Bangladesh, and I'm totally sure that's going to be a much greater test for them as well, but they're certainly heading in the right direction in terms of where they would want to be heading into the World Cup, which is just a couple of months away now.
We do know that India, they've had a problem with getting a steady captain. Ever since Virat Kohli was relieved of his captaincy duties, it's been pretty much a roulette in terms of who's going to be the captain on what day. And in this ODI series, now it's going to be Shikhar Dhawan who will be taking up the captaincy. We know that Rohit Sharma is the usual white ball captain, but it's been a roulette really of captaincy, of who's going to captain on what day. We've seen a number of captains have taken up the mantle for India ever since Virat Kohli was relieved of his duties. We saw it's been Kohli, it's been Iyer, I believe, it's been Pant, it's been Bhuvaneshwar Kumar. It's been a number of guys. I'll get the exact list for you.
Well, India has had a plethora of good, talented players, both young, middle-aged. We've seen the likes of Dennis Karthik. They are playing in the first T20 match against England there that they would have won, and at the moment playing in the second T20 international, and so they have got quite a number of players that they can pull from the cupboard to put in their team as well, and not really missing that much of a beat in terms of their performance when you look at the grand scheme of things. That.
But since July 2021, which is pretty much a year ago, it's been Shikhar Dhawan, Virat Kohli, Rohit Sharma, Ajinkya Rahane, KL Rahul, Rishabh Pant, Hardik Pandya, and Jasprit Bumrah. To have that many captains in a one-year span, it doesn't really signal stability in your captaincy, really, to have that many captains in just a year. But the two batters are out in the middle. Looks to be Dion Williams, and is that Ashley White? I believe the two batters who have opened. difficult to tell from my vantage point.
Sure looks like Dean Williams, yes.
It's Diana, and is it Elvis Monix? Can't quite see. Is it White or Monix?
Are you up to type your score? You up to type? No. These records will be too good today.
And good enough.
So is that Monix going to open the batting?
Again, you really can't see. You have to wait till it comes to the strikers end. It could be Williams on strike.
Looks like Monix looks to be a little shorter than
Usual.
yeah.
It's Williams who's on strike right now. And Rolando Wright is going to be taking up the new ball. Driven down to long off for a single.
That's not Monix. That's
Yes, as I suspected, it is Ashley White, the captain, who's opening the batting.
and who's opening the bowling there for the Razor
It's
Massive?
Rolando Wright. Wright opening the bowling. Bowling is left arm spin around the wicket to the right-handers, but from the central polyclinic end, the end he usually operates from. The field looks very bare. It's a very empty field, a lot of gaps. Just the mid-off cover and a backward point, and then a deep square leg who's coming into the circle now, and a long on. Just 5 outfielders. They will have a lot of running to do.
Certainly.
Right. The bowling around the wicket. Waiting on the batter to get set. Right now into bowl to Ashley White. White is driving it, but straight to the mid-on fielder. To Africa there. It will be no run. White, the right-handed power-hitting batsman, usually comes a bit lower down the order to try and score runs quickly at the death. Looking to sweep this one. It's going to be stopped there by Africa, who can't quite find the ball. But in the end, he gets it. They get a single. Right again. This one left alone outside a lot of the off stop because it is a wide. First extra of the day. They can't afford to bowl any extras when you don't have any runs to play with. Wright is in again, and Williams pushes straight back to Rolando Wright for no run. And again is Wright to Williams, who's turning it into the leg side and getting a single. Williams. And again now, and this one is looking to be off the bottom edge, but onto the keeper's pad for no run. So that's the end of the first over, and at the end of one, it's 4 without loss.
Yes,
Five.
at the 5 without loss there. The foreign stars chasing modest total of 54, 55 for victory, and in the grand scheme of things, though, you will see for the Razor Massive a good over there, opening over there from Wright.
It's going to be. Is that Keith Harrigan taking a new ball?
Yes.
I don't think he'll have taken a new ball for a long time. Don't know when last Keith Harrigan would have taken the new ball, but he's taking it today. Harkening back to maybe 30 years ago when they've been bustling in, running some brisk pace. This will be certainly a lot slower, a lot more gentle. As in now. And it's clipped into the leg side behind square. They will have a lot of running to do, the fielders. They do get 2, and the 2 is all they will get. Score moves on by 2, to 7. Williams is 4, White is 2. There has been a wide as well. Keith Harrigan, he's into ball now to Williams, who drives it straight down the ground. And they will get a single. Brings Ashley White back on to strike. White, he will have a point cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket field. Everyone in the circle. Harrigan into bowl to Ashley White, who's picking this one up and carving it over square leg. Doesn't have the leg to get into the boundary. In fact, it does. It's going to be 4 runs. It was just clipped away off the pads into the square leg boundary. White moves on to 6. And the score has moved on to 12. Ashley White back again, having just struck a boundary. Harrigan into ball to Ashley White, who's trying to go powerfully but straight to square leg. He gets a single. Five without loss after 1 over. They're now 30 in the course of the second over. Dion Williams back on the strike. He is 5. Harrigan into bowler to Dion Williams, and the Williams to this delivery is driving it straight to square leg again. Dot ball. And comes Keith Harrigan again. Alright, I'm over the wicket to bowl to Williams, driving aerially and driving beautifully down towards the mid-off boundary, and it will get close to it as Sean Hall just stops it. The ball held up just a bit in the outfield grass, and they do get 2. Wonderful looking shot by Dion Williams off the back foot.
Well, I'm certainly sure that should have been at least 3 runs, but nevertheless, the batter there in Williams and White not running as aggressively as they certainly could have been, and but nevertheless, a good over there from the foreign stars, and they're certainly marching on to the paltry total that was set by the Razor Massive. And they certainly, Razor Massive will be hard pressed to contain this this team here in the foreign stars.
Alright, he's in now to bowl and trying to heave, unable to do so. No run. And again now, right. And it's driven high, and that's a wonderful shot by Ashley White. That will go all the way for 6. He got all of that one overlong off. That's 6 runs to Ashley White.
Well, 6 good runs to Ashley White, and he's certainly looking as certainly looking to say, well, we won't be here that long. We certainly won't take these 12 overs to make these 55 runs. That's been allotted for us to make. The Razor Massive, on the other hand, will look to contain, but having certainly a torrid time in doing so far.
Here comes Wright again into ball to White, and White is pushing straight into the offside for no run. And for a field with so many gaps, they seem to be finding the fielders a lot. Here comes Wright, and again it's driven and gets past Keith there at cover. It will get close to the boundary, but that's good speed being shown. That's brilliant commitment. It will be 3 runs, but that is brilliant commitment there by Alric Rogers.
Yes, certainly the player Alric is there really galloping for all it's worth and making sure that he would have saved one, running from feeling, I guess, the pains of it as well. He's on his hunches, but really good work there in the field by Rogers.
It's going to be Wright again, and Williams just pushes it back down to the bowler for a no run. And again now, and this one is driven high. It will get over the head of Africa. It falls well inside the boundary rope. Africa can pick it up and haul in the return to the bowler's end. They will get 2.
Yes. 2 runs to the score to take it to 26. Without loss in after over number 3, and so another 29 runs to get Doc, and then we'll be waiting for the next encounter.
29, I believe. 29.
Is it 20?
Is it 29? We will get this. It's 26, sorry. 26 is the score. 26 without loss here. Of course, of the 4th over. Got a bit anxious there. It is 26, and Keith Harrigan will be taking back up the attack.
Can well be out in this over too, Doc.
It's driven back. It's a long. So mid-on, sorry, Africa misfields. They get a single.
Yes, we're hearing the bellows in the spectators' booth.
Here comes Keith Paragon. This one is driven aerially and driven wonderfully, but it plugs in the ground once again. Ashon Hodge holds back in the return. The ball is plugged into the surface twice now. This goes on to 29, I believe.
Yes.
White is 18, Williams is 10. As here comes Harrigan into ball to White. This one goes high once again. It's not quite timed, but it doesn't plug as much, and it's kept in. The outfield is not looking as quick as it usually does. The ball is plugging a lot in the surface, and again they get 2. White is quickly on to 20.
Is it just 2 they get? That again, that should have been 3 runs actually. Well, yes, 3. Williams is on the other end.
Is it Williams? If it's Williams on strike, it was 3, but I think
Williams is on strike.
Ashley White is the man on strike. And he's going to pick this one and pick it up well. That one's going to sail up and over the rope for 6. White is wasting no time with this chase. That's 6 more runs to Ashley White. And I run 3 there.
So why didn't you put
This one is driven now through mid-wicket. Rogers is fast, but he will get there. Yes, he will. Again, brilliant commitment from Alaric Rogers.
Wow, Rogers certainly deserves a medal here for his exploits here in the field so far. And well, I did mention that we can be out of here in this over. We are, is it 40 without loss?
Yeah, the auto?
Yes.
Comes Keith Harrigan again. And it's driven through mid-wicket again. This time you will not be able to stop it. He's timed that one superbly. 4 runs.
Well, these batters here, Doc, they are just marching. They're just going on as if they have a flight, a boat to catch. Here, the foreign stars, they've really put the bowling for the Razor Massive under the pump here, not being able to sustain and to at least squeeze the pressure a bit on the foreign stars, and the just a few more runs away. We can certainly see the end here in sight if these 2 batters continue to play as they are playing.
Rolando Wright will be continuing. Is it 44 the score?
44, yeah.
Ashley White, I believe, is 24 and Dean Williams is 12. Here comes the righties into ball, and it's off the bottom edge, I believe, and getting close to the boundary, but Ashton Hodge will jog after it. And they will jog through for 2. White moves on to 26. Scores on to 46. Williams is 18, I believe. 18 of 12, sorry. And Ashley White is 26. Right, is into ball, and White. Oh, what a shot that is. 4 runs. He has raced to 30 from just 14 deliveries.
Oh, well, taking advantage of what's being tossed up to him and really caressing that ball through the covers there for 4 good runs and to take his tally on to 30, and the Foreign Stars even closer to the 55 runs that they need to be had to get all 2 points from this match. That
The 50 has been brought up in a flash. Ashley White is playing a gem of an innings. 50 to score. All right, he's into ball, and White is going to say thank you very much. That's it. That's all. He deposits it up and over the side screen. The Foreign Stars have cruised to victory. It's taken them, 5 overs, 4 overs and about 3 balls.
yes,
It's taken them 4.3 overs. They have cruised to victory. Their net run rate will be done the world of good. Ashley White with a commanding 36. Supported well by Dion Williams means that the Foreign Stars, they will win by 10 wickets.
yes, certainly, and they can certainly take a bow. We will say commiserations there to the Razor Massive not having the quota of players, but still, in honest to them, try to make a match of it. Not having the quality, not having the number of men, number of players, so to speak, for this encounter, and succumbing to the Foreign Stars, who were saying, well, in spite of the amount of players that you have, we are going to just keep on pushing, and we are not going to take any, give you any chance at all. We are not going to be sympathetic to you. We'll just crush you to the ground and just finish this match in quick order. Some 4.2 overs, Doc, very well done, and making light work of the Razor Massive, who will certainly need to get back to the drawing board to do some more work.
Yes, what they're supposed to do is get their players out from St. Martin. Again, they were without Kenroy Davis, without Akeem Charles, without Sherwin Peters. Those are 3 key pieces for them. And they were also without their wicketkeeper Solomon Gokaran. And when you're without that many key players, then you will struggle. And they did struggle today, going down relatively easily. Until the Foreign Stars, who got a very good bounce back win, a much needed bounce back win.
Yes, certainly, and we still have another match to go to finish the quarter of the day. There will be no cricket tomorrow as we make way for the the annual Jaunty Memorial Race that we did not have throughout the course of the pandemic in 2020 and in 2021. The race comes alive through the streets of Anguilla here tomorrow morning, God's willing. And so the cricket, the APL T20 tournament will make way for the Jaunty Memorial Race that is slated for tomorrow. And so coming up this afternoon, it will be, in short time, will be the Beamers versus the Super Sixers, and that match is going to be an interesting encounter as well. And we do hope that as we would have brought the match into your homes through your radios, through your television screen, it was certainly a spectacle, though short, but we do hope that you would have enjoyed the match, Doc. I don't know if you have any final words, but we've got some time before the next match is due. As always, we want to thank all of our sponsors. We don't have the list here with us to at least mention their names at this particular point, but the sponsors who were so ably sponsoring this tournament and allowing us to really bring forward to you this tournament. We want to say thank you. And if you are still out there and looking to sponsor, you can certainly give Mr. Alkins a call, and he'll be happy to entertain you as well. But until then, we will want to take you back to master control until you get the cue from us for the start of the second match slated for this afternoon. That will be that of the Beamers against the Foreign Stars, the defending champions. So until then, we will take you back to master control, and then when we're ready for our second match, we will certainly be with you again here. On behalf of Doc and myself, Tony Fleming, back to master control. We'll be with you shortly. Then this next match starts. I gotta go do a sound check and come back.
Jesus.
Yeah. I'm coming back now.
Oh, alright.
Yeah, not long.
Hello.
Yeah.
I'm coming.
Yeah, okay. You better get a fit.
Not bad, Charles.
Eh?
Not bad.
Not bad, but you ain't bad. You ain't bad. Yeah. All right. Next 20 minutes and dinner. But that was good. Yeah, look good. Are you happy to set up this mic, you know?
The whole game is hard, you know. I just thinking on it now. The whole game is hard. How much I missed everything. I missed most of the match. I was
see if I get.
I would hope so, 'cause a lot of hungry. Alright. Alright, lovely.
Alright, go feed I feed. I think I go feed I feed. I look up there and I see you like you are feeding, so I went flying to get
38. So they put on a 41 partnership, and so coming to the end of over number 18, Shaka Hodge is there to partner Giovanni Gums, and they will look to take it to the end of 20. It's going to be Proctor. So continue. It's going to be bowling to Giovanni Gums. He looks around the field, sees that there is a long on, long off, deep mid wicket. Man at the deep extra cover boundary. Those are the boundary riders, and short fine, short third, and backward point and extra cover. Here is Proctor to bowl to Gums full toss, and he's getting into the gap. He's going to get it down to deep extra cover. They've gone for one. We'll come back for a second too. Oh, that's good running. That's very good running. And they can get a third. They're going to get it too. And they're going to get a fourth. They can get a fourth. Oh no, they're not going to. They decide against it. They decide against the fourth, but that's a sloppy feel, better feeling there by the Sixers.
No one backing up.
No one backing up there. And so Giovanni Gums getting 3 runs. He moves on to 15. And who brings Shaka Hodge yet to face on strike.
Just
133 for 6.
Just an interesting fact. They're playing with one-man shot, but they have to keep 4 fielders out in the circle. That's why you saw the break on the previous delivery, because they had only 3 men inside the circle.
To ensure that
it was a legal delivery.
It would have been. It would definitely have been a no ball.
Yeah, it would have been a no ball.
Here is Proctor to bowl his first delivery to Shaka Hodge. Hodge draw is getting this one on the inside edge, straight to the man at the short mid wicket. Can't score. Score remains on 133. 133 in the course of over number 18, being bowled by Daniel Proctor. From this, the commentator's booth end. Raymond Igisha Technical Center end. Campus B end. Which one of the end you want to call it?
Commentators booth end.
Or the commentators booth end. The Landvale Harrigan Pavilion end. Here is Proctor to bowl to Hodge. Hodge is getting a slow ball. He's whipping this one nicely through backward square. They've gone for one. We'll come back for a second. In fact, the ball wins the race, and it goes into the boundary. That goes for 4, and Shaka Hodge is off the mark. He's on 4, and the total moves on to 137. 137 for 6 at the end of over number 18.
A real gift there from Daniel Proctor, trying to go for the slow delivery, probably just slipping off the fingers. And you don't get much gifts from Proctor, so when you get them, you have to execute well. And Shaka Hodge did so, getting a boundary, a much needed boundary for the Beamers, as they want to get the maximum total they can when coming up against the fiery attack from the Super Sixers.
Well, they have some big hitters, and they are significantly depleted today. Their batting lineup, what I'm seeing here, and there is no Damian Hodge. They're not seeing a number of the batsmen, the players there today. Here is Masimba Boy to bowl to Gums, and that's a hee-ho. It's a big hee-ho galloping, and they don't really time that one. One coming off the inner portion on the edge and going out to Daniel Proctor. On the onside there at a short fine. Gets 1. He moves on to 16. Shaka Hodge is on 4. It's 138. 138 for 6 in the course of over number 19. Here is Masimba Bowen.
Into his last over.
Final over. Bowens from the Central Polyclinic end to bowl to Shaka Hodge. Bowl to Hodge. Hodge is getting this one in the air to the left of the man at long on. They have gone for 1. We'll come back for a second. They're going to get it easily. Very, very easily too. Shaka Hodge moves on to 6. And the total moves on to 140. 144 for 6. So that 150 is definitely on the cards, and it's going to be a heck of a challenge for the Super Sixers. They will have to come good today. Here is Masimba Bowen to bowl to Shaka Hodge, who is advancing outside line of the off stump. That's a slow ball. deceived by the slow ball from Bowen. He was going down the leg side, the ball was outside, and he was giving some space, some breathing space between the bat and ball. No run resulting. The score remains on 140 for 6.
140 for 6. I'm seeing a possible 160 here.
I'm seeing a possible 165 here. Here is Shaka Hodge to bowl to Sam Bowens to bowl to Shaka Hodge, driving down to mid wicket. 1 run resulting. So Daniel Proctor is going to bowl the final over, I would believe. It's Masimba Bowen changing the line of attack. 141. Shaka Hodge is on 7. Giovanni Gums on 16. Here is Bowens to bowl to Gums. Gums is advancing, getting this in the air, and Manson Hodge, oh, he pulled out of it. Oh.
That's very interesting because that was a catch.
That was a catch.
Any day of the week?
Well, no, it's not any day of the week. Any day except on Saturday. Any day except Saturday. It's 142. 142. Bones turns at the top of his mark, walks, then breaks into his run, passes umpire Jack Webster, ball to Shaka Hodge. Shaka Hodge is getting one full pitch delivery. This one is going to get close. So the grass seems to be very heavy on this end. They have gone for one. We'll come back for a second. Sasso sends the return now. Gets 2 buys. 2 buys, says the umpire. Total moves on to 144. 144 at the end of over number 19. At the end of over number 19, and they still need 6 to get 150. Will they get it?
I think it's very much so possible.
Well,
it's left to see because cricket is a game of
glorious uncertainty. Daniel Proctor, so the game is 6 runs. Can we say 6 runs to win? 6 balls. Daniel Proctor has the ball.
Daniel Proctor is a very skillful bowler. And if he gets those yorkers right, those 6 runs are going to be very difficult.
Very difficult. Well, it's not the end of the game. What we are talking about is to get 150. And that's not 6 runs to win the game at all. It is the Beamers who are batting first. They won the toss, choosing to bat earlier in the day. And they are 144 at the end of over number 19. 144. Daniel Proctor, right arm over the wicket. Final over of this innings. To bowl to Giovanni Gums. Has looked good since he came to the crease. Always a pleasure seeing him in the more attacking mood.
That's very good awareness there from the Super Sixers, realizing that they had only 3 fielders inside the circle.
Yes, and
that
again,
would have been a no ball.
Again, bringing up the man, a 3rd man. And that's the pressure that you put on yourself when you're playing with player shots. Here is Proctor. To bowl the final over. Moves away to bowl to Giovanni Gums. Bowl to Gums, getting one of them. Well pitched up delivery. They have gone for one. It's going to be a leg by.
What are we going to look at here in Millington is how many yorkers than Proctor bowls in this final over. That first delivery was 1.
Well, there are 2 things that you're going to get from Daniel Proctor at the depth. Slow balls and yorkers. That's all you're going to get from him. You will have to be brave enough to use your feet. Daniel Proctor, 145. Proctor to bowl to Hodge. Bowl to Hodge. Hodge is... Oh, he's going through everybody. He gets... Is it another bye? Another bye. Oh.
And that was the slow delivery.
Again, it was a slow delivery.
Previous delivery was the yorker. This one was the slow delivery.
That one was just outside the line of the off stump.
Passing very close to that off stump as well.
Yes.
Because it seems to be an off quarter. Just rolling his fingers over it.
It's an export at what it is. Here is Proctor again to bowl to Gums. Gums is stripping, hitting this one in there. Pass backward point. Runs here. It's going to get close to the fence. In fact, it gets into the boundary. Gone for 4. Gone for 4. 150 has been raised. 150 has been raised.
And you call it Millington. You said if you're going to have to take on Proctor, you're going to have to use your
take
feet.
the race. You have to use your feet to Proctor. So he did. He got the boundary. 150 raise. It's 150 for 6 in the course of over number 20.
I still see the 160 coming up.
Well, I'm not seeing it. It is almost impossible.
Well, we're going to have to...
Giovanni Gums is on 21. Shaka Hodge is on 7. 150. Here is Proctor to bowl to Gums. Is stripping again and playing this one again down to deep extra cover. They've gone for one. We'll look for a second. They're coming back for it. They're going to get there. Shaka Hodge is making here while the sun shines and gets home well. 2 more runs to Giovanni Gums. They're up to 152. Gums on to 123. Sorry. Oh, it is really good cricket here. What a good knock there by the Beamers. They had a stutter in the middle, but they really didn't bother at all when they lost those 3 quick wickets, and they have really pulled things back well, and they are finishing very strong. They are 152. 152. Here is Daniel Proctor to bowl to Giovanni Gums. Bowl to Gums. Gums is getting one down the leg side. Wide, says the umpire. You will have to re-bowl that one, Proctor.
That was very good. That's very good there from the man Gums, using his feet and disturbing the bowler's line and length and allowing the bowler to bowl more as to what he's more comfortable with.
Indeed. You know, Giovanni Gums using his, and as I said, I love to see him in this attacking mode. Here is Proctor to bowl to Gums. Gums is going for a hee-ho outside the line of the offside, doesn't make contact. And that's a dot ball goes into the scorebook. 153. And so as he began to use his feet, as you rightfully said, he put off Proctor, and so Proctor is no more comfortable bowling those slow balls because he's trying to pull his length back.
And that last delivery was full pace from him as well.
Yes, that one was full pace. Here is Proctor to bowl to Giovanni Gums. Bowl to Gums, slow ball outside the line of the off stump, down to extra cover. He's driven. They have gone for one. Shaka is going to come back. Will he get there? With ease he will complete the second run. And that will end the Beamer's innings. And what a way, a very good innings. 155 score, he tells me. 155 for 6. Giovanni Gums ends on 24. Shaka Hodge on 7. And it's 155, 156 to get, and that will be an uphill task for the Sixers, but it's not impossible. And so after final words from the man Shiv, it is going to be the man Doc who's going to take you through the break and then resume.
Well, that's a very good innings here from Beamers. Like we said, they had a very good start in the power play, 50 runs without losing a wicket. And often you see teams who has not lose wickets in the power play tend to go through the middle over and finish strongly. Even they lost wickets in the middle over period. They had a period where they lost 3 quick wickets. But because they didn't lose any wicket in the power play, they still had good players to come in the stands, and they ended on a very good total of 155 for 6.
Well, so some 25-run partnership between Shaka Hodge and Giovanni Gums from the 18th over, from the middle of the somewhere in the middle of the 18th over. So it's about some 18-19 balls they took to put on 25, and not bad at all.
That was very good, and because they could do that easily because they had batsmen to come. But when you're losing wickets in the power play, it tends to put pressure on the entire rest of the overs and the rest of the innings. But the solid platform they had, I think they capitalized on it well, and they finished with a very good total. And it's going to leave up to the Farrington Super Sixers to try to chase it down. 155 on this pitch, and we know of the spinners that the Beamers has. The spin attack, the experience, veteran Shaka Hodge, the man Daniel Durham, left-arm spinner. It's going to take a lot of batting from the Super Sixers to get there. Like we said, it's not impossible because they have the man Daniel Proctor and the experienced Munson Hodge at the top of the order. So it will be very interesting to see the second half of this game.
But it's going to be very interesting because for some, Daniel Proctor has only come to the party in one game so far, and so it seemed to that he has fallen off the boil somewhat after the first game. He scored some 60 odd, and from the likes of the wrist spinner Kim Saunders and the spin attack, even with the absence of Joe Gomes and Wazimenko, even with their absence today, the Beamer still has 3 quality spinners. The Beamer still has 3 quality spinners, and so they can put pressure on the Sixers. So it will call for Manson Hodge to play somewhat a different innings, and so that could put even more pressure on the batting, because Manson Hodge would realize that there isn't as much depth in their batting as they are now, as they are accustomed to, and so with not the depth in their batting lineup, he will have to bat as deep as possible. He will have to try not to, take too much of risk, but he can't wait for too long.
That is very true, and we may just see the man Terry Adams coming up a little bit earlier when he gets the opportunity, because in previous games he's been playing that finisher role, but because of the shortage in the batting, the man Terry Adams may come earlier to bat as well. So it's going to put a lot of pressure on the senior players in the Farrington team. We all know about the man Yusuf Hodge. He's a very talented player, but he hasn't come to the party in this tournament so far.
Indeed, and so he too will have to really step up. And these are the games, these are the big games when you need your big players to step up and to come to the party. Because with the absence of a number of their players, as we would have said already, you would want the likes of Yusuf Hodge to step up. There is no Damian Hodge. The St. Martin counterparts are not here. And so they will have to step up to the party and get these runs. 156 is not impossible, but it's on the board. Runs on the board, runs on the board. And so, as we watch out there, it's Bobby the man, Bobby Black, so is the curator who is doing some sweeping and repair job to the wicket. As we say thank you to our sponsors. It is indeed a pleasure to have our sponsors on board. Without you, it is impossible for us to be carrying these games and to have APL on a whole. And so to the likes of Best Buy, sponsors on board. Without you, it is impossible to be carrying these games to the man Hammer, pass from, and Radio Anguilla, to Mega Charles 54, all of who are on board. It is through your kind sponsorship while we are at the JRWP. It is a very good day for cricket. The JRWP witness a day on which 2 games were played earlier in the day. There is a massive demolish by, absolutely demolished by the Foreign Stars. Was kicked out for 50 yard. The Foreign Stars made very light work of that. Not getting it in the power play. Overs. The second encounter of the day. Beamers winning the toss, choosing to bat, and bat they did. They would have lost wicket at intervals, but they had a very good partnership of 50 for the opening stands between the likes of Akeem Sanders, who ended up with 41, and Wycliffe Gums with 13. Dion Barton, he scored 38. Dion Williams, Damian Williams, sorry, scored 1. Lindell Richardson, he got a 1 baller. First baller from Yusuf Hodge. Durham, he scored 10 run out. Giovanni Gums, he carried his bat for 24. And Shaka Hodge with 7. Losing wicket at 50, 74, 76, 76, 94 and 130. And so the Beamers winning the toss and choosing to bat. They ended on 155, 156 the target, 156 to get for the Super Sixers, and they will have to really take the batting from the likes of Manson Hodge to get these runs. 155, we are seeing 2 umpires out in the middle as they oversee the rolling and repair of the middle by the curator. Man Bobby Blocks, John Jeffers. You will hardly hear that name John Jeffers around here. Some persons have forgotten that that's his name. Goes by the name Bobby Blacks or just Blacks. Some persons refer to him as Bobby. He's been doing a tremendous job in the upkeep of this track. Thanks to him and Dale for ensuring that we have a middle. These are some of the persons who would have put in the hard work to ensure that we do have cricket at the JRWP. So, Mr. Rogers is going to run us through some of our sponsors very quickly.
I will try. Pleasant good afternoon to all listening. We are glad to have you with us. We just want to thank all our sponsors. They have been excellent, and we appreciate their assistance and helping us to bring out in this tournament the best from some of our young players. Jaris Asuda, Mahia Jesuda, American University of Anguilla, Aurora Resort and Gulf Coast, Najicor Insurance, Carito, Walgreen, Lincoln, Zemi Beach Hotel, Republic Bank, Anguilla, King Ocean. Thank you, sir. King Ocean, National Commercial Bank of Anguilla, Sid and Pete Supermarket, Anguilla Electronics, Safe Cargo, Best Buy Supermarket, Mega Charles, Clean Scream, Radio Anguilla, Class FM, Lloyd's Live 97.7. So just to really thank our sponsors as the teams are making their way onto the field of play again. We just want to thank our sponsors and know that all the players and all those associated with this tournament, thank them very much for providing financial and otherwise support. The Sudas, Jaris Suda, Maha Suda, American University of Anguilla, Aroa Resort and Golf Course, Nagico Insurance, Carita Walgreen Lane Home, Zemi Beach Hotel, Republic Bank of Anguilla, King Ocean, National Commercial Bank of Anguilla, Sid and Pete's Supermarket, Anguilla Electronics, Safe Cargo, Best Buy Supermarket, Mega Charles 54, Clean Scream, Radio Anguilla, Class FM, Lloyd's Live 97.7 FM. And certainly we want to thank all those. We know you had SWAT down there with the music. We have the ambulance today again. They pass by ever so often to ensure that things are going well. So we want to also thank them. We want to thank our curator, John Jeffers, and his team for the wonderful work that they have done, and thank all the folks from the sports department for their assistance. And certainly we want to thank our commentary team, our commentators, and as usual, Mr. Musdan, Mega Charles looking at me here, and certainly we're happy to have them. And our folks are enjoying the cricket, and now it's back over to Millington.
Yes, thank you for stepping in, Mr. Rogers. Back here at the JRWP, we are just about to have a live action and a commencement of the second innings. It's going to be Giovanni Gums who is going to be bowling to Monson Hodge in need of 156. Here is Gums, the bowl to Hodge. First delivery, he's rocked on the pad down the left side. That one was definitely swinging. It was swinging. Oh, he finished well with the bat. And somebody said, when things are going well with you, why change? Just try to change it. And so he's been having a good day, and that one definitely went in with the angle. Here is Gums again to bowl to Monson Hodge. They would want to see his back very soon. Monson Hodge is driving well. He's not going to score. Straight to down at mid-off, can't score. Score remains not for naught. 156 is the target. That's the magical figure for the Super Sixers.
I hope they don't get too anxious and take the time first, settle in before trying to attack.
Here is Gums, the ball to Hodge is driving to. That was a full toss. He could have done anything with that one, but he was reaching for that one and hitting it down to mid-on. Man in the way, it's Gums, so that's a regular Gums. No run resulting score. Remains on not for naught. Here is Giovanni Gums again to bowl to Monson. That's short, and that one should have gone for runs too.
Oh yes, that should have gone for 4. It was short, it was very short, it stood up, but I think Monson, in his anxiety to really put bat to ball, overhit in sense of not timing, and the ball just trickled into the offside. So I think he needs to settle down a bit, just settle and get himself in, and then play his strokes.
Giovanni Gums to bowl to Monson Hodge. This one's in the air! And what is that? Monson goes!
Yes, Monson
goes!
I just said
well, that's spectacular.
Oh yes,
that's
brilliant.
Oh, can you find some
brilliant?
Oh my! That's a delicious catch.
It's so. What a catch. For one moment I said he would get there. For another moment I said he couldn't get there. And in the end, he got there.
He hauled that 6'5" across the turf, and what a catch by Durham. Durham picks up Monson Hodge. That wicket must go to the fielder, not the bowler.
Must go to the fielder. And you know what was the beauty of that catch? His ability, even though he hit the turf so hard, to hold on to that catch.
Oh, he held on well. What a catch. Oh, there are some things that you see on TV, but you'll see them right here at the JRWP.
And Mega Charles gonna capture that.
Oh, Mega Charles of 54. What a catch it is. Monson Hodge who we said it from the time he would have had to stay there, and he was playing under a lot of pressure, knowing that he was the only one recognized batsman there, and the pressure was on. Munson goes without scoring, and the Sixers are in all sorts of trouble.
Because I just said before, I wanted Munson to settle down, settle in. Don't consider and concentrate only on the size of the total, but just plan an innings, build an innings, and go towards the target. But that wasn't to be, and Munson was out, not just to an ordinary catch, but to a magnificent, a brilliant, oh my God, a great catch.
What a catch that was. Well, you can rewrite the dictionary. Well. Giovanni Gums, everything that he's touching today is turned into goal.
You missed it.
Giovanni Gums.
You missed the catch.
Bowling for the first time. It's going to be the man Proctor who taps away, waits for Gums to this delivery. He's getting one outside the line of the off, some white corner signal by the umpire. So they're off and running in search of 156 for victory. They're 155 in the back. Well, it's 1 for 1.
Don't look at the total.
Well,
settle in.
It's 1 for a big wicket. Oh, a huge wicket, a gigantic wicket of Munson Hodge. Here is Giovanni Gums to bowl to Proctor. It's in the air. It can be caught. Oh, the man is getting on it. And takes the catch. Giovanni Gums again. Giovanni strike. Michael Lewis takes the catch, and Daniel Proctor is gone. The Beamers are celebrating their cock-a-hoop.
Oh, yes.
Their tails are on their back.
Look at Chapo.
And Chapo says it's time to be silent.
Yes.
Oh, it's 2 for 1.
Cock-a-hoop is Chapo. And the entire Beamers team down there, they've gotten rid of a thorn, a man who could have been a thorn in their side, Daniel Proctor, who is one batsman who can really tear asunder any attack. And he didn't really time that shot, and he hit it straight down the throat of the young man who took a brilliant catch. And again, another good catch in this match. And the Super Sixers, they're going to have to regroup if they stand any chance to overhauling that mammoth total scored by the Beamers.
There is certain batsmen, Rogers, that when the ball goes up in the air, there is an added bit of pressure that gets on you. Persons like Munson Hodge, persons like Daniel Proctor, you don't ever want to drop them because they're big wickets. And so not just a catch to be taken, but it's a wicket you're talking about.
Right.
And so these 2 catches, I tell you, the pressure that was on this field.
Oh, yes.
And so
immense pressure.
What
because
over.
Your team, everything about your team then at that moment stands out, because you really want to hold on to those big fish, because if you should drop those big fish, they could be real danger and they could cause brutal harm to your team. And therefore both of those catches were excellent, but also the mental pressure that would have gone on those players who took the catches.
Yes, Durham and William and Lewis. Oh, it's going to be Durham with the ball. Daniel Durham from the Central Polyclinic end. What an over. An over where he conceded just 1 run and got the 2 huge, gigantic wickets of Proctor and Munson Hodge. Here is Daniel Durham from the Central Polyclinic end. Left arm over the wicket. It's a ball to Sasso, the new batsman. Sasso looks around, and to him he sees man at backward square, deep mid wicket, and he has a slip for company. Durham to Sasso. Sasso is pushing them on the onside. No close in field on the onside, so Durham will have to do the honors. No run resulting. There's a long on. There's a mid off. Extra cover. And man at short out. Here is another one that is. He's looking for a run here. This could be trouble. Oh, and Gums didn't take it up at all. Give Gums. Pick it up. Sasso was anxious. Is he anxious to getting off the mark or getting off of strike?
Well, it could be both.
Here is Durham to bowl to Sasso. Sasso is forward again. There is Hodge looking for a single. That's a suicidal run. No run resulting. Score remains on 1 for 2.
But what you have to consider now is the actual pressure, the mental anguish that these guys will be through right now, because they have had big opening stands.
Here is one that is walking off the pad nicely, Sasso. They've gone for one. We'll come back for a second. Sasso has turned, and so too has Hodge. Good looking stroke. Sasso is on the 2, and the total 3. 3 for 2. 3 for 2 in the course of over number 2 in search of 156 for victory. The Super Sixers. Sasso is on 2. Hodge yet to score, yet to face the ball. Here is Durham to bowl to Sasso. Sasso is rough on the ball, low the peel.
Going down.
Not out, says the umpire.
Going
that
down.
one is going on with the
Yes.
natural, with the angle.
Yes.
That one is going on with the angle, he
Yes.
says, and he's going to miss leg stump.
Yes, you actually saw that it was going down. It spun into him and going down the onside. Obviously, the beamer's up in a row, but the umpire thought was doing the right thing.
Here is Durham again to bowl to Sasso. Sasso's coming for a beer now. Loud appeal!
Oh my God!
Oh! Bale is whipped off quickly, very quickly. The end of an over, which he conceded just 2 runs. And at the end of over number 2, in search of 156 for victory, the Silver Sixers are 3 for 2.
Well, really a lot of pressure, immense pressure here on the 2 batsmen for the Super Sixers. At this stage, you need to regroup, refocus, and just realize that right now, one team is in the ascendancy. One team is on top. Don't try to capture or gain that position at the moment. Now what it calls for is sensible cricket, sensible batting, thinking, realizing that you can do it still, but there's a task ahead, there's a job to be done. So don't think you can do it in 2 or 3 shots. It's going to take a while, but you have to settle down and you have to build partnerships. If you do not build partnerships, you cannot make this total.
Yes, we will have to dig deep. Here is Gums to bowl to Yusuf Hodge, coming forward circumspectly, pushing to the offside. A vacant cover point area. Gets 1. Hodge is off the mark. He's on 1. Sasso is on 2. And the total is 4. 4 for 2. Over number 3 in progress. Bowled by Giovanni Gums from this commentator's booth end. Sasso looks around. Taps away. Waits for Gums. Sees Gums. Passes umpire late. Bowl short. Wide. Outside the line of the off stump. Call and signal by the umpire. It was short. It was way outside the off stump. And the umpire says, well, that's too wide for Sasso to reach. Here is Gums again to bowl to Sasso. To this delivery. Sasso is driving in the air. This could be trouble. Gums is coming back. Oh, just getting a hand to it and not taking it. It was over his left shoulder. Got a hand to it. Not taking the catch. And batsman crosses over for 2. Sasso moves on to 4. Total moves on to 7. A very difficult catch.
Yes, very difficult catch. He was going back and he lost his orientation in terms of where the ball was, where he was, and it was always difficult.
Here is gone to Sasso. Sasso is hitting this one straight into the ground. 1 bounce back to the bowler. No run resulting. Score remains on 7. Sixers will have to dig deep. Look for partnership. Look to set a foundation from where the likes of Masimba Bowen and Terry Adams can launch from. They will have to really bat deep.
Yes.
Sasso and Hodge. Here is Gums to bowl to Sasso. He's walking on the onside nicely. Gonna get 1. That's all they want. Lewis is in attendance.
I'm impressed here with the approach here by Sasso. He's normally an attacking, aggressive type batsman, but he recognized that his team is in just a spot of bother, and therefore he has to adjust, and he's making that adjustment.
Yes, it's not over until it's over. Here is Gums to bowl to Hodge, stroking it nicely. Oh, that's a lovely play there. came forward and just walking it off the pad down to shot the man there at mid-on, gets 1. He is on to 2, and the total moves on to 9. 9 for 2. Over number 3. It's about 3 runs and over. Here is Gums, the ball to Sasso. Sasso is pushing it back down the track, past the bowler, gets 1. The man from mid-on and moves along to his left. Gets the single, the end of over number 3, and at the end of over number 3, it is the Super Sixers in search of 156. They are 10 for 2.
Yes, 10 for 2, and trying to settle in. These two teams in various sports over the years, they have shown the grit, the determination, and how they have the ability to fight and fight back. I know in the years of softball, you used to have the Rockies and the Potentials with both teams at different times coming back and really coming back, even though they might have been down. And no matter what the sport is, with those teams, and Farrington and Stony Ground, and you know, they all are closely related in some sense or other, and but they have that fighting spirit.
It's a family affair.
Yes.
Here is Durham to bowl to Sasso. If I move around the wicket, ball to Sasso. Sasso is forward circumspectly. Putting the ball on the onside. Durham moves away and field. No run resulting. Score remains on 10. Over number 4 on the Central Polyclinic end. Here is Durham to bowl to Sasso. Sasso is back into this in there.
Oh, wow.
And no, he's gapped it well. He's gapped it well. Wide of extra cover. To the right of extra cover, to the left of mid-off. Through the gap, it gets 1. Moves on to 6, and the total moves on to 11. 11 for 2. Duran again to bowl to Sasso. To this delivery, Sasso is getting 1, and that he is going for. Oh, that's a Hodge, sorry. Hodge getting. Oh, that's close. That one was very, very close. A direct hit, and Yusuf Hodge was gone for all words.
Yes, he actually was going a little casual, more than he expected, because he figured that the player, Giovanni, was going to throw it to the wicketkeeper, but he shied at the stumps and, oh.
Duran again to bowl to Sasso. Sasso to this delivery is coming forward circumspectly, pushing it back down the track. No run resulting. The score remains on 12.
All credit to Sasso, who is normally an aggressive type batsman, but he also uses his head here.
Here is Duran again to Sasso. Sasso is back and cutting this one, and good work there by Gums. No run resulting. Score remains on 12. Beamer is taking on the Super Sixers in brilliant sunshine here at the JRWP. No games tomorrow. It's time for the cycling. That's what a way to end over number 4. And at the end of 4, that one he pitched and turned.
Oh, yes.
Oh, the wicket has bounced, had some grips. It has grip, and it pitch and turn, beaten Sasso. And at the end of 4, over number 4, it is the Sixers in search of 156. They are 12 for 2.
Yes, 12 for 2, and really going well here. But I want to say hi and hello to all those folks around the region in United States of America and beyond, all over the globe, who are looking and listening to this cricket here from the Ronald Webster's Park. Thanks to Michael certainly doing the job. We take the credit for them. I don't mind doing that, but fantastic job they're doing according to all the reports.
Here is Gums to bowl to Hodge. Hodge is driving nicely. Down to deep extra cover. They have gone for 1, and that's all they're going to get. Sanders coming around very quickly, and I send a good return to the keeper. Hodge moves on by 1. He's on to 4, and the total moves on to 13. 13 for 2. And Mega Charles been doing an excellent job from season 1, and he's even doing better here in season 2. It's 4 to Hodge, 6 to Sasso. Here is Gums to bowl to Sasso. Shot, and oh, Sasso was through the shot even before the ball arrived.
he saw a lollipop and he got caught. And he was through the shot a long time before the ball arrived.
Well, as I said in the first innings, fly die by honey.
Yes.
Sweetness kills fly. This one is pushing it to mid-off, can't score. Durham is in the way. Duran. That's Daniel Duran from our neighboring
St.
island, St. Martin.
As we say hi to our friends and neighbors in St. Martin, we wish you were here.
Yeah, indeed, here is Guns too. He's rocked on the pad, loud appeal, not out says the umpire. That one is going over the top.
Yes,
that
it
one
is.
was high.
Definitely.
That one was definitely going over the top.
And Daniel is a tall man.
That is Sasso.
Sasso, yeah, is a tall man.
That one hit him just above the knee height and was going over the top. Gums was interesting. Umpire Lake said, no, I'm not going to give you that one. Not today, maybe tomorrow.
Maybe next week.
Well, maybe no, never. Here is Giovanni Gums again to bowl to Sasso. Bowl to Sasso. Sasso to this one is going back and looking to cut that one. He doesn't make contact with. And umpire is just walking forward.
Yes, rehearsing a stroke because the last ball he was leaning back instead of trying to get over on top of the ball and cut it away down back with a point. So rehearsing and well done.
And so far, 1 in the over. This one is rocked on the pad, loud appeal.
Oh, he's gone.
This time he's gone.
Gone.
This time he's gone.
He's gone.
That one looked, even from this angle, it looks plumb.
Yeah.
Even from this angle, it looks plumb. The only thing could have saved him is if he had gotten way down the track.
Yes.
He didn't.
He didn't.
He didn't, and he goes.
Yes.
Giovanni Gums gets it stored. And the third for Beamers. They are the Saints in further trouble. And at the end of over number 5, it is 13 for 3. After comments from the man, Alkins Rogers, I'm going to leave you in the capable hands of that Brian.
Yes, not a good position here for the Super Sixers, losing Carlos Sasso. Another wicket here to Giovanni, who has really bowled a nice spell. Not quick express pace, but just here and there about nice medium pace, but the line and the length and the movement by Giovanni has been excellent, and his 3 wickets really has broken the heart and the backbone of the Super Sixers, and certainly has placed his team in a envious position, a position where they are looking and sensing victory and feeling that they are in the ascendancy, and certainly their supporters are gathering one by one, moment by moment, as they realize that the Beamers are in somewhat of control of this game, and they have the Super Sixers looking to rebuild, looking to recover. And let's see what Terry Adams, as I say, welcome again.
It's going to be Gums. He's into ball to Terry Adams. And Adams is driving to mid-on. They're going for a quick single. And a direct hit could have been danger.
Yes, I know Terry Adams want to get off the mark, but a little dangerous there, going for that single. But in the end, he made it well, so good for him. But a stage here where the Super Sixers, they will have to adjust, concentrate and think differently in terms of how they're going to approach their innings going forward. There are a lot of runs to be scored, but there are a lot of overs also to be bowled. And therefore, you have to judge, you have to change whatever initial plan that you might have had for this game, seeing that the unexpected has happened, that you have lost 3 key wickets. You have to now adjust and see how you can build a plan and a strategy to see how you could overcome or reach to this total. So we'll see how the Super Sixers can adjust to this difficult period here that they are in, created by the Beamers. So, as I say, a pleasant good afternoon to you, sir, and welcome back. As we, okay, but we will continue here. The Beamers gathering for a moment. I was wondering who might pick up the bowling. I thought for a moment it would have been Shaka Hodge, but it's not Shaka Hodge, and I'm not certain who. Oh, Bigley Gums will take up the attack from the southern end.
So it is going to be Viglif Gums. Gums bowling is at right arm at medium pace. They're coming from the central polyclinic end. Gums has the two fielders out on the leg side. He's in now over the wicket to bowl to Terry Adams. I'm just pushing it straight back to Viggy for no run. It's going to be Gums again, turning at the top of his mark. Passes the umpire now into ball to Terry Adams. A slow delivery, and Burton did well to keep it in front of him. It's been good bowling up by the Beamer so far, very slow going. Very slim pickings for the Farrington Super Sixers. Viggy turns now. Runs in to bowl to Terry Adams. After this delivery, Adams is cutting and cutting straight to Shaka Hodge, who fielded well and prevented a run. It's good fielding there by Shaka Hodge. Got across to his left quickly. It's going to be a Viglif Gums again. Bowled well thus far, 3-dot balls. Good return now. Alright, I'm over the wicket. Into ball to Terry Adams. And to this delivery, Adams is getting a slower one that is very wide and will be called and signaled as such by the umpire. Goes on by 1 to 15. It's 15 for 2. Well, they stopped losing wickets as fast as they 15 for 3. Sorry, they stopped losing wickets as fast, but they're definitely not scoring. It's been miserly going thus far against Viggy again, and Adams can just push it back to the bowler. It's been miserly going thus far for the Super Sixers, huh? Yusuf is 4. Yusuf Hodge on a 4. Terry Adams is 1. It's 15, the score. Here comes the Viggy into ball to Terry Adams. Oh, and did he edge this one? No, he has not.
No, not a good shot though. I think Terry Adams would want to look at that again and say, I made a blunder there and I'm going to have to adjust, and going forward I have to be more sedate, more circumspect, and at this juncture in the game he has to realize what his role has to be, not looking at the total but how you're going to achieve that total, and this is what he has going to have to do, looking at each bowler and playing him on their merit.
Viggy again to Adams. This one down the leg side. It will be a wide. That makes it 15 now. 15 the score.
Signal. Yes. So as the thing, we want to look over and say hi to the folks in St. Martin. We'll come back to that in a minute. Hi to Richie Singh and all the others, and to the young cricketers in St. Martin. We certainly congratulate all the effort.
Here comes Viggy again to bowl to Terry Adams. Slow delivery, driven back to the bowler again for no run. And that will be the end of the over. Another miserly over. At the end of 6 at the end of the power play. The Super Sixers in search of 156 for victory. They're 15 for 3.
So we want to say congrats to the St. Martin under 17 team, those young men who have worked really hard to make the Leeward Islands under 17 training camp. We really want to say, extend to them our congratulations, to Michael Palmer, to Nathan Edward, Tiernick Honor, Randall Longeville, Samuel Moulton, Devanard Singh, for making the selection for the Leeward Islands under 17 training camp. Job well done. Cricket St. Martin want to wish them all the best and look forward to their continued progression and improvement and going forward in cricket in West Indies.
Giovanni comes again and Yusuf Hodge drives to mid-off for a single. Hodge is dealing in singles alone. We haven't seen a boundary yet in this innings. We're into the 7th over. We haven't seen a single boundary yet. I believe this might be the lowest power play score we've seen in the APL, whether last season or this season. Just 15. This is worse than Test cricket. They're going at snail pace. Might be a bit unkind to snails. That's going to be a dead ball. Called and signaled. Giovanni will have to recoil that one. They are 15 for 3. Goodness, they are not scoring at all. Going at, I think, exactly 2.5 runs and over right now. Here comes Giovanni Gums and Yusuf Hodge.
Oh, wow.
This one through extra cover. He will not get 4, but he will get 2. It was Terry Adams, actually. I think from the moment I saw the maroon helmet, but it was Terry Adams who drove it away for 2. The score, 17. 18, yes, it is 18. It is 18, and here comes Giovanni comes again, and Yusuf Hodge drives it straight to Terry Adams again, sorry, drives it straight to Williams for no run. Again, pulling double, triple, quadruple duty here. So, having a bit of extra work to do as Adams drives it straight down the ground. I think he may have heard me. I think he may have heard me say no boundaries yet, because he's taken it into his own hands. That's the first 4 of the innings. They have moved on to 22 for 3.
Yes, brilliant stroke by Terry Adams. The confidence in terms of how he played the stroke, his timing, the positioning, all was well. The field placing, knowing what he was about to do and what he done, his execution was perfect, and therefore a lovely stroke here by Terry Adams, the first boundary for the Super Sixers, and immediately has caused some adjustments to the field. The long off has been placed, the long on has been placed, and there's also a man down on the mid-wicket fence, so a little more defense.
Here comes Gums to Terry Adams. He's driving straight to Wendell Richardson for no run. And maybe I think it may have been better advice to leave him in the circle. Force Terry Adams to manufacture his shots rather than giving him easy singles on the leg side. And he will take advantage of the easy single on the leg side, and he will get the single. Yeah, and I think you may have wanted to keep them in the circle, force Adams to go over the top and try to make his own runs rather than giving him those singles. And they are deep to long on, deep to mid-wicket, deep to long off.
Well, the other strategy that they may be employing is the fact that you give him a single because the total is huge.
Here comes Gums, the ball to Yusef Hodge. He carves this one brilliantly. Oh my goodness, the timing by Yusef Hodge. He gets 4 through the covers.
That was a lovely shot, a lovely, lovely stroke from Yusef. He just placed it well, timed it well, and it raced across the turf. It went past the boundary up into the wooded area, and 4 lovely runs to him. Well played, well timed stroke by the youngster, and that should give him a lot of confidence in his batting going forward. But certainly with the introduction of Terry Adams into the wicket, he seemed to have adjusted his play, and the Super Sixers obviously do not want to lose any more wickets. They want to build a partnership here, even if at the end they go at a rapid pace trying to chase down this huge total.
Well, the decision to bring back Giovanni Gums for his 4th over has proven costly. You hear the decision was being made not only by the captain on field, but by manager Rodney Ray off the field as well. He was immediately telling his captain, bring back Giovanni Gums, and the end of the over went for 12 runs. Vidliff Gums is going to continue. It's 27 for 3 after 7 overs. Gums is going to continue. Here comes Gums now, tossing the ball from hand to hand. Shaka Hodge trying to get the attention of one of his fielders there on the leg side. I think he's trying to... Well, it's going to be Gums now, over the wicket to bowl to Terry Adams. And Adams is back and driving it down to long off for a single. Scores on to 28 for 3. Of course of this, the 8th over. It's 28 for 3. In search of 156 for victory. Comes Vidliff Gums. He's into bowl now to Yusef Hodge. Brilliant. And these two know each other so well because for so many years they were opened the bowling together for the Anguilla at underage level. They've grown to know each other so well. They've both become probably better batters than they are bowlers. They've grown to be better batters now. And you saw Yusef got Viggy in the first innings. Can Viggy return the favor? Here comes Viggy into bowler to Yusef Hodge. And this one is whipped away down towards a square leg for a single. Close enough. So moves on to 29. And 29 here in the course of the 8th over. 29 to 3.
29.
Vidliff Gums runs up now to bowl to Terry Adams, and it's a slower delivery. It's completely baffled Terry Adams, but it's a wide. I do think that the idea from Viggy was right. Terry Adams likes pace on the ball, so you take pace off the ball. Suspecting maybe getting the spinner in action not too long from now. Akeem Saunders maybe, or Shaka Hodge himself. This one is lifted high. There's a man down there, and I think he would have held on to that one. I believe he would have held on to that one. Terry Adams has to go. A very good catch down at the long on boundary. And it's Lewis once again. Terry Adams has to walk.
Yes, a brilliant catch from Lewis. In fact, he judged it well. because for a moment I thought he was not going to get into to make a catch of it, but he did, and he certainly did, and he held on. And Terry Adams might have asked the umpire, are you sure that the ball didn't touch the ground, because he went down rather low to take it, but the umpire was well. What I saw was that the catch was well taken. Terry Adams found himself in a bind. If you realize, wickets were falling, but at the same time no runs were being scored at the pace, and the rate required was almost 11 runs and over. This placed immense pressure on Terry Adams as to whether he should go on the attack, whether or not he should try stay there and build it towards this mammoth total, or whether he should try something else. Well, in the end, he decided to have a go. He didn't really time the ball as well as he should have or could have, but in the end, a brilliant catch, another brilliant catch here today at the James Ronald Webster's Park. And I could tell you today has been the day of catches. If you really look back, we have had some good bowling, but I think the art and the area of cricket today that has captured all of us is the amount of brilliant catches we've had.
Listen, my Bowen, the new man, and comes into bowl to Bowen. Yusuf Hodge, sorry. Yusuf Hodge, sorry. Again, and it will be a wide that's called and signaled. It goes on to 31. 31 the score. We are still in the 8th over that's being bowled. Vigliff Gums turning now. Alright, I'm over the wicket to bowl to Yusuf Hodge. Hodge is back, getting this one off the outer portion of the bat. It will be no run. Vig is bowled well thus far. He went for 2 runs in his first over.
Who sent that?
Right now he's just gone for 4 in this second over. And two of those runs were wides. Vigliff over the wicket to bowl to Yusuf Hodge. Hodge is driving aerially down towards the backward point range, and the fielder comes across and deals with it. It will be just a single. Hodge moves on to 11. That's the end of the 8th over. At the end of 8, it is 32 for 4.
Yes, 32 for 4, and certainly the Super Sixers in all sorts of trouble here today at the James Ronald Webster's Park, as we see a bit of overcast. Conditions are not as bright as they were half an hour ago, but we still can play, and the players in the middle, they have a real Herculean task to complete, to reach, to meet, because the total is hitting them hard. The bowling has been good, the fielding has been brilliant, and at this point the Beamers are in total control, and it will need some really good batting, some sensible batting from the Super Sixers going forward if they are going to challenge this total.
Well, we suspected it would be spin, as it is spin, but it's neither Saunders or Shaka. It's Damian Williams, who is the off spinner who has come into the attack now from this commentary booth end.
6-4.
Williams bowling his right arm off spin over the wicket into bowl to Yusuf Hodge. It's a full toss, this one, driven down to long on for just a single. Hodge moves on to 12. Scores on by 1 to 33. So it's Damian Williams bowling his right arm off breaks. Moves very fast. It's a very fast arm action. This is on over very quickly. Oh, and that's completely bamboozled Masimba Bowen there.
And the keeper is saying, Bowen, you know you touched it. Wow.
The umpire did not hear a sound effect. Keith Lake said, I didn't hear anything. Here comes Williams again into ball to Masimba Bowen, and this one he's getting onto the back foot and just pushing it back to the bowler for no run. Damian Williams again. Over the wicket to ball to Masimba Bowen. Flighted. Bowen can just push it back to the bowler. And the spinners, the spinners of the Beamers, it's going to prove difficult for these Super Sixers to play them. And they couldn't play the Pacers. The Pacers is what took the wickets. Now the spinners are going to shut up shop. This one driven back down to long on for a single. The spinners now are going to shut up shop. Shaka's going to bowl off four of his. Yeah. Williams is going to bowl all four of his. Akeem Saunders is going to bowl all four of his. And I'm sure Daniel Durham will bowl the rest two that he has left.
So just a quick look at the point standing in the tournament. Razor Massive, they have played 6, they have won 2 and lost 4. The Pointers, they have played 5, they have won 4 and they have lost 1. The Foreign Stars, they have played 6, won 2 and lost 4. The Super Sixers, they have played 5, they have lost, won 4, and have lost 1. And the Beamers, they have played 5, won 2, and lost 3. So up in front, one would have to say the Super Sixers and the Pointers, then the Super Sixers up in front.
Spin, spin, and more spin. Shaka Hodge is introduced. Hodge bowling his right arm off breaks. And we know how miserly he can be. And economy rate of about 4.75 last year. Hodge now, he's into bowl to Bowen, and Bowen is completely beaten. He's pushing forward and it's just turned past the blade.
Oh yeah.
There's not much Bowen can really do. Shaka Hodge again to Bowen, it's slow, and Bowen turns it into the onside. Bowen moves on to 2. Scores on by 1 to 35. Here comes Hodge, quickly the ball to Yusuf Hodge. Hodge down the track, which is blocking it back to the bowler. Shaka Hodge again, he gets through his overs very quickly. He's up now to bowl to Yusuf Hodge, it's slow. And Hodge is going to take a quick single. The ball barely made it off the square, but they do get a single. Hodge is dealing in singles right now. Every single shot that he scored from has been a single apart from the lone 4. Shaka Hodge to bowl to Bowen, and Bowen can just turn it straight to mid-wicket for no run. Here comes Hodge again to bowl to Masimba Bowen. Slow flighted, and Bowen plays it straight to Daniel Durham at short fine leg. Again, no run. That's the end of the 10th over. The scoring has been at 3.5 runs and over. The Super Sixers chasing 156 for victory. We are 36 for 4.
Yes, 36 for 4. really not the type of position I'm sure that the Super Sixers at the start of this innings would have expected to be in such almost a position where it doesn't seem as if they are so stuck that they cannot get out of the mud. And I first believe that the initial approach by the Super Sixers was not one that was necessary. The size of the total got to them, got between their ears, and they felt they had to have a go, they had to play strokes, they had to play shots, they had to build a total very quickly in order to reach that total that was set by the Beamers. But that should not have been the case, because you have to plan your innings. You cannot expect that you're going to just go out there and just hit your way out of trouble. So I thought that would have been one of the mistakes the Beamers, the Super Sixers would have made. But it then makes the whole tournament that much more interesting in that you would have 1, 2, 3 teams that would have won only 2 matches, whereas you would have 2 of the teams that would have won 4 matches. So the Pointers and the Super Sixers, they are out in front with 4 wins each from their 5 games. And then the others, the Foreign Stars, the Razor Massive, further down with 6 games played and only winning 2 matches with 4. Should the Beamers win this game, that will take them up to 3 wins and 3 defeats. So the tournament is in an interesting position where the number 1 team will play number 14, and the 2 and 3 will also play. And this is a good time for us to again say thanks to our sponsors, Jerry's Suda, Mahia Suda, American University of Anguilla, Aurora Resort and Golf Club, Nagico Insurance, Carita Walgreen Lindholm, Zemi Beach Hotel, Republic Bank of Anguilla, King Ocean, National Commercial Bank of Anguilla, Sid and Pete's Supermarket, the Anguilla Electronics, Safe Cargo, Best Buy Supermarket, Mega Charles 54, Clean Stream, Radio Anguilla, Class FM, Lloyd's Live 97.7 FM. And we want to thank our sponsors for being with us. We look forward to the finals, the semi-finals, and then the finals, and we are hoping that our sponsors will join us, especially during the finals, the final match, so that we could really show appreciation in a big way for their sponsorship of this tournament, the Anguilla Premier T20 Cricket League, as I welcome back Millie.
Yes, indeed, and we can't forget the likes of Mr. Hodge, who has been sponsoring the score sheets.
Yes. Anguilla Printers, I think. Yes,
we are
Anguilla
grateful.
Printers.
We are very grateful for having all on board to Livingston Clifton, who have gone off to some medical. We do wish him the best.
Yes, we wish him the best. We know that your heart is here, and but we know that you also need that treatment.
As we continue here, it's Williams, the ball to Hodge. Hodge is getting a quicker, faster delivery from Williams, and his arm action is very
quick.
fast.
Yes, very quick. Got flip.
As fast as Jovan, in comes the medium pacer. Here is Williams, the ball to Hodge. Hodge is chipping and driving down to long half. Durham will come off the boundary. They've gone for 1. Bones is looking for a second. It's not there. The return go in. It is a 38. Hodge moves on by 1. He is on to 14. Yusuf Hodge is on to 14. Masimba Bowens is on 2. He is on strike to this delivery. He's getting a short one. He's hitting down to long on. Shaka Hodge will get it on the second bounce and sends the return. He moves on by 1 to 3, and the total on to 39 in the course of over number 11. Could you imagine? Could you believe?
Yes.
Oh, well, in search of 156 for victory. Here is Williams to bowl to Hodge. Hodge is dragging. Oh, officially, but to the right, left of the bowler. The shadow in this one. They're coming back for a second. He's going to get it too. And he's going to get home nicely. 2 more runs to Yusuf Hodge. He moves on to 16. And the total moves on to 41. 41 for 4. 41 for 4. In search of 156 for victory. Here is Williams to bowl to Hodge. Oh! He was looking for a really big shot.
Big shot.
He was opening up and looking to hit this one somewhere down to corner, getting the inside edge onto the boot. And very fortunate it wasn't onto the ankle.
Yes, lucky him.
The double lucky didn't go back onto his stumps. Here is Williams again. This one is hitting it to backward point. They have gone for one. Whoa!
But
and he has injured himself. Seemed to have gotten hit in the midsection. He fielded well. And as he went to flick the ball back, he appeared to have flicked it back straight into that part that you don't want to get hit on at all.
I know.
Oh.
It was brilliant fielding, but I thought that he should have recognized the man at cover and just allow it to go out to him. But yes, it was brilliant fielding, but sometimes you have to think about your own physical wealth and preserve your body at some stages. So, but a brilliant fielder he is, and that is what he does. So,
well, one of the more expensive over in the likes of things. Some 9 runs coming from the over. 7 runs, yeah. 7 coming from that over. So it's 43 for 4. 43 for 4. Over number 12, about to begin from the Central Polyclinic and Shaka Hodge to Bowens. Oh, Bowens is going back and forcing it to the man there, Williams. Extra cover. Here is Hodge to Bowens. Bowens is hitting this one down to long off. Ron Rogers, the man with a chapeau, field, can't stop the single. Bowens is on by 1 to 4, and the total on to 44 brings Yusuf Hodge, who is on 16 on strike. 44 for 4. Here is Hodge to bowl to Hodge. Hodge is flicking this one. He's gone for 1. Goes down to Akeem Sanders, who fields. Sends the return, not cleanly taken by the bowler, but back to 12. Total moves on by 1 to 45, and Hodge on to 17. Bowens is chipping and hitting, looking to go through the onside, gets it off the outer edge, and it goes down to long off. Bowens moves to 5, and the total moves to 46. 46 for 4. We are into over number 12 already. Wow. Oh, they are racing along the overs. And the runs are not racing along as fast as the overs. No. This one is down to long on. Michael Lewis comes off the boundary. Fields, sends the return to Shaka Hodge. Yusuf Hodge, in the meantime, collects another run. He's on to 18. He's 18, and the total moves on to 47. Here is Shaka Hodge to bowl to Bowens. Bowens is getting one that is faster delivery. Yeah. Plays out to backward point. No run resulting. The over comes to an end. And at the end of over number 12, in search of 156 for victory, the Super Sixers, they are 47 for 4.
Yes, 47 for 4. I believe, I guess, that the management of Super Sixers have just decided, you know, we cannot win this one. We're going to just play it out, play cool, and, you know, stay with it. But at this juncture, that is what it seemed like. But just to remind the folks that tomorrow there will be no cricket, that we all will be going to the John T. cycle race, where old gentleman who, John T., who we all knew as young boys, and come back.
Here is Williams to bowl to Hodge. Hodge is stripping. Hitting this
Good
one
shot.
down there. He can be
shot.
caught.
He did, no.
Oh no, he goes away for 6.
Yeah, that was going.
It goes away for 6. It would have taken a really brilliant catch
Yeah.
to dismiss that one. It was a good effort, but not good enough. It goes away for 6.
Yes.
Hodge, you thought they were closing up shop.
And I thought so, but they have decided to go out
Well,
now.
the shop has been closed, but the supermarket has opened.
So we will see if they continue to keep the supermarket open.
Well, 53. Here is Hodge. To this delivery, he's pushing it up to Chakava. Why the man comes around? It's
That should be two.
and then Nelly Richardson gets one. Is here? It's Yusuf. He's on to 25. At 25, Bowens is on 5. The score is 54. Here is a big shot there going across, and that's a naughty shot there.
Yeah,
naughty
come
looking
straight.
shot. He should have gone looking to hit that ball wide off long off.
Yeah.
Wide off long off was that shot, not going through Cowcorn at all. Here is Williams again to bowl to Bowens. Bowens is hitting this one again across the line. It's high. It's high. It's dropped. It's dropped. 4 runs. It's dropped.
Interesting here. It's heating up. And let us see what Simba Boyne will continue to do.
Well, that wasn't a good effort at all. That one should have been taken.
that should have
and he
been
drops
taken.
the catch.
Yes, he certainly did. And we'll see if Simba Boyne will continue to put ball back to ball.
Here is Williams again to bowl to Bowens. Bowens to this level is hitting this one. Back over the top of the bowler. They have gone for one, looking for a second. We'll come back for it. And it decides against it. Another good return, but the keeper cleans up.
Yeah.
Bowen is on by 1. He is on 10. And the total moves on to 59. At the end of the over, a very expensive one. It's a 59, some 12 runs coming off that over. It's a 59 for 4.
Yes, 59 for 4. A little more aggression in that over. 6 and a 4. But certainly looking to build on their total. So again, as I said earlier, the John T. race tomorrow, no cricket. And we all will be taking a little peep at the John T. John Thomas, gentleman who did a lot here in Anguilla, in every area. There was no area that John T. wasn't in. And I always recall John T. I'll get back.
Here is Shaka 100 to bowl to Masimba Boyne, bowl to Bowens. Bowens is pulling this one to the vacant backward square one, bounce into the boundary 4 runs.
Boyne is getting heated. Boyne has realized that he'd been there playing around for a while, and the time has come for him to open his hands.
Score race is on to 63. And from a position where it seems they were down out, had absolutely no chance in the game, they are fighting back, they are coming back. Yusuf Hodge, he is on 25. Masimba Boyne has raced on to 14. Here is Shaka Hodge to bowl to Bowens, bowl to Bowens. Bowens is hitting this one in the air, down the ground. Who is getting under it? Who is getting under it? Chopper takes the catch. Ron Rogers takes the catch. And Masimba Boyne goes.
A good catch by Chapo. I mean, you know Chapo, the mouth man, but certainly that was a brilliant catch by Chapo. He judged it well. He came around to his right. He got in line. He got under the ball, and he certainly held on to it with the force, a grip-like hold. And the Simba, who was threatening for a moment, is gone. And the Super Sixers, after a little moment, where they seem as if they were about to try to make a match of this, they have lost the My Simba boy, the captain? Yes, so Captain Simba, Mr. Boyne has gone, tried his best, but the bowling here of the Beamers today has just been brilliant, even without the old veteran of Joseph Gums, who is not there, but the Beamers, he'll be smiling that the Beamers are continuing to win, even though he's not there. But certainly a good little knock from Simba. It wasn't Simba, the classic Simba, but it was one of determination trying to help his side to get over the hump.
Yes, here is Shaka Hodge. Continue. Damani Hodge is the new batsman, and he's going to be on strike. Damani Hodge and Yusuf Hodge. A combination of Hodges.
Yeah.
Because it's Shaka Hodge who is bowling.
Yes.
So Shaka to Damani. So this delivery is covering up nicely. Quicker, faster delivery, flatter.
And they may be related.
And I believe all of them are related. All the Hodges. Shaka Hodge, the old veteran, to bowl to Damani Hodge, who's coming forward and stroking it nicely to extra cover, can't score, sends the return to Deon Burton. Score remains on 63. 63 for 5. 63 for 5. Here is a Shaka Hodge to bowl to Hodge. Hodge is coming forward and playing this one to cover. Can't score. Score remains in 63 in search of 156 for victory. And of course of over number 14. 6 to go after this one. Here is Hodge to bowl to Hodge. Hodge is tripping and driving. Can't score. Good work done there by Damian Williams. The end of over number 14. And at the end of over number 14, it is the Super Sixers. In search of 156 for victory, they are 63 for 5.
Yes, 63 for 5, another 93 and 94 runs to go into the ascendancy to win this match from just, 5 overs? So it's not going to be very easy for the Super Sixers to get 93 from 5, and that action rate is encroaching on 19, somewhere thereabout, almost 20. So that in and of itself must be a Herculean task for the Super Sixers.
Oh, Herculean task indeed. Here is Williams to bowl to Hodge. That's Yusuf Hodge, who's stylishly pushing this one to extra cover. Can't score. Here is Hodge. Taps away, waits for Williams. When Williams gets there, Hodge is walking it down through long on. They've gone for one, and they're looking for a second one. They're going to come for it too. This could be dangerous. Oh, and it didn't collect it cleanly. But Hodge was home.
Yes.
Good one in there by the Hodges.
Yes, putting pressure on the fielder and the bowler who was trying to effect the run out.
27 is Yusuf Hodge. Here is Williams. Again, this one is across the line. And looking to hit this one through mid-wicket. Doesn't make contact. The score remains on 65 for 29. And he scores one. Here is Yusuf pulling this one nicely. Hitting to backward square. They're going to get runs. This could go into the boundary. It's gone for 4. It is gone for 4. Oh, that was a good shot.
Good shot. A welcome boundary here for the Super Sixers, and certainly the signal from the umpire for the boundary, the 4. But again, John T. tomorrow. And I'm sure all those lovers, cycle race, will be around, will be out to enjoy.
Here is Williams to bowl to Hodge. Hodge is getting off the edge, just bubbling out to the man at short mid-wicket. Can't score. Score remains on 69. Hodge is on 33, the score tells me. 33 is Hodge, a 4.
Bowl.
And he's gone. He's gone. Hodge. So his resilience has been broken.
Yeah.
And Yusuf Hodge goes bowled by Damian Williams for 33. And they sink in further trouble. They are 69 for 6.
What I've noticed though with Hodge is that he has tried that shot at least 6 times and has not connected. And he didn't learn his lesson to say, well, I'm going across it. The percentage of this here, of me getting out, is high. Why don't I try something different? But he didn't. He stuck with that stroke. He might have got a couple runs from it, but certainly it ended in his demise. So Hodge going after staying around for a while, and the Super Sixers, they are further sent into the doldrums here by the Beamers, and it really will take almost an impossible effort for them to get the required runs here, which I'm sure is about 20 or 20 plus runs and over. And that in and of itself is a task. And I don't see with the lower order batsmen the ability here to get up to that total. It would really take a lot of batting and poor bowling for that to happen.
Well, I tell you something, Rogers. Nothing in cricket is impossible. Jasprit Bumrah, who is
I know.
a lower order batsman, a bowler, and it's right, has a world record in Test cricket. Here is the spinner, and he doesn't bowl because his hat, he has lost his hat. It is the man Akeem Saunders, who has replaced Shaka Hodge from the Central Polyclinic end, and he's going to be bowling a right arm wrist spin around the rather over the wicket to the right-handed batsman, the man Hodge. Here is Saunders to bowl to Hodge. Hodge is getting one. He's hitting to the back. Well, his batsman, the non-striker, was in some trouble there. And he's hit powerfully back down the ground. He gets one. That's Hodge. He gets off the mark, and the total moves on to 70. Long the front is the new batsman. In the front. To this one is driving well, and wide off the man at long off. Runs here, they've gone for one, will come back for a second. That's Chapeau. He goes down, and they're going to come back for 3. And they're going to get it easily too. So
You said he goes down, but he tumbled and fell to the ground.
Well, when I said he goes down, it was a nice way of saying he fall. All right.
Chapo would say he didn't fall. He just rested.
He covered the ball. He will find some excuse for you. That's the man he is indeed. 73. Here is Saunders to bowl to Hodge. And that's
nice.
the arm ball.
Lovely.
That was the arm ball going the other way.
Yes. Nice.
Some meeting of minds there by the umpires, Webster and Lake. Well, they have clarified that, which
number of balls probably.
I believe that is. And so his score is on 73 in search of 156 for victory. Here is Saunders to bowl to the Manny Hodge. The Manny Hodge taps away, waits for Saunders. When Saunders gets there, he's pulling this one right for 4. That's a lovely shot to backward square for 4.
Yes.
Oh.
Yes. Lovely.
He went down on one knee and he swept it right well. Oh my, that's a superb shot, 4 runs.
He looked like a number 3, 4, 5. Well done, son.
Well, he really can bat, in being his coach. And a few years ago, it would have been hard on him because I know he can bat. Here is Saunders to Hodge. He's hitting this one down the ground again. He's going to get runs. They've gotten one. They're coming back for a second. And Hodge is not interested. Around the 41 one and 2 runs by himself. Hodge is gone on to 6. Longford is on 3. Here is Saunders to bowl to Longford, who is pushing it up to the offside. It's out to the man that cover point. No run resulting. Score is on to 78 indeed. 78 at the end of over number 15.
Yes, 78. And it's really good to see that the cricket lovers are out, not in as large numbers as we would have seen with some of the matches, but with the tendency for some rain over the past few days, we certainly didn't expect so many of them to come out today, but trying to adjust for the John T, because it's all sports and it all have to work together. We spring this one on them, having 2 matches today, so we are very pleased with that a lot of the spectators still turned up today.
Here is a change from this to commentator's end, and this one a loud appeal, and that one has to be close.
Come back. He came back a long way.
But
Might have gotten an edge.
May have gotten an edge or beaten leg stump.
Yeah.
From our position, we are a long on position. Some heavy winds would have damaged the roof of our comfort zone. Here is one has ball. His ball. That's as his father will say, an agricultural shot.
Well, the wind didn't damage our roof, the wind took our roof.
Right? You know, I passed down here and I realized that, well, wait, we don't have any shelter. And I saw that our roof was gone. So Hodge has been bowled by Doran. Hodge goes for 6. And it's now 78 for 7. 78 for 7, and the end is nearing.
Yes, the end is coming close, which is the dismissal of Hodge. But the Super Sixers would want to forget this match, would want to look back, make some correction, have a discussion as to how we got to where we got in this match and what we can do in future matches to not allow ourselves to get in this position. So I know the persons involved, a lot of strategic thinkers. You have Rudolph Proctor there. On the other hand, you have
here is Durham to bowl to Carter, the new batsman. Carter is pushing it to the right of Williams, but can't score.
Yes, on the other end, you have for the Beamers, Rodney Ray, and I think it's also Reginald Carty who is there. So
is massive. Here is massive. One that Carter is getting down to mid-wicket. Shaka Hatch comes off the boundary. Carter is off the mark. He's on 1. And the total moves on to 79.
It's Charlie Hodge who, yes, for the Super Sixers.
And Charlie Hodge and Rudolph Proctor.
Yes.
And then at the helm.
No nonsense.
Of course, absolutely. Here is Doran to bowl to. Round the foot is gone. Oh, that's quick. That is superb. That's quick.
It's lightning.
Oh, my. We have seen some superb bit of cricket from the Beamers today. We have seen some wonderful catches. And now, to top it off, Dion Burton, like lightning. He whipped the Bills off. And Longford didn't have a chance.
He didn't even bother to look at the umpire. He knew that when he looked back, the Bills were dislodged and he was out of his ground. He knew he was gone, and that was a brilliant, lightning quick piece of stumping, as if he knew what type of ball was coming, and it's as if he knew what type of stroke the batsman would have attempted. But the Bills were off in a flash, and the young man could just turn and walk towards the pavilion and say, I was outfoxed.
Before he was through the shot, the Bills were off. Oh, that was superb bit of work there.
Really.
And I always notice that when as a shorter wicket keeper, you know, they're so fast.
Yes, well, their center of gravity is lower, and therefore the ability to see and adjust is much quicker than the taller wicket keepers. But he was there, and those bails were off before the umpire could say out.
Oh, here is the run to ball to Richardson. Richardson is coming forward and not out sees the umpire. Wrapped on the pad, Lara appeal. The end of over number 17. And at the end of the over, it is the Super Sixers in search of 156 for victory. They are 79 and 79 for 8. In all sorts of trouble here.
In all sorts of trouble, the Super Sixers, certainly a Herculean task here for them. And I know that Rudolph Proctor and Charlie Hodge will be saying to the players, we messed up this one. We're going to plan for the other games to come. We have been doing well. We have been winning our matches. But you know what I've missed? I've missed the supporters of the Super Sixers. They are always down in that stand, right there, in almost the second area there. I missed them today. They are not there, and I wonder where they are and why they're not here. And I'm going to say to them, why did you give up on your team?
Well, here is Sunday. To ball to Carter. Ball to Carter. Carter is, oh, the ball took a day and a half to get to the keeper on that occasion. It was upside the line of the off stump. And I'm going to take that one. It's a bye, says the umpire Jack Webster. The score moves on to 80. 80-8. 80-8 over number 18. Over number 18 in progress. Here is Richardson coming forward and coming forward circumspectly. Push it back down on the track. Bat and pad close together, textbook style. Here is Sanders to ball to.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, and it's a dead ball. Dead ball, says the umpire. Here is Sanders to ball to Richardson. Richardson is getting one outside the line of the off stump. Doesn't make contact. Taken by the keeper very cleanly. Wicket keeper batsman Deon Burton. Here is Akeem Sanders, the ball to Richardson on the pad. This one is walked off the pad. They've gone for one. They're not going to come back for a second. Oh, they could have gotten 4.
I know.
Oh, my.
I think Carter is injured.
Carter is saying, I can't get back there, son. You
Oh, you're saying I'm going to hit the next ball for 6?
No, we'll see. Here is one is chopped on the pad and not out says the umpire. Down the leg side. They're clearly heading down the leg side. In the course of over number 18, it's 81, 82. 82. Here is Sanders to Carter is hitting this one high, hard, and flat. Inadvertently, he scored. He didn't know much about that one there, but for some reason, somehow he picked it up, and Carter goes. Well, there is wicket number 9, and it is.
I didn't see.
The man Proctor is walking to the crease. Proctor is walking to the crease. He was listed as a player. He didn't feel. he did not feel.
He was saving his strength for the end.
Proctor did not feel, but he's walking to the crease.
Why not? Why not? He had a substitute.
So. So he was in 11. He was listed on the team sheet. He was listed on the team sheet. He was listed on the team sheet. I'm not sure what is going on there. There's also some contention between these two teams.
Well, as I said earlier, they are related and they are competitors.
He was listed on the team sheet.
Well, we have just a little bit of controversy, which is normal in cricket. Now, Proctor. Exactly.
He was in the exchange.
He was.
in the exchange 11 camp. So, well, the game is going to continue as the skipper is saying that the score is
I
some
kind
contention
of
there.
yes, I tend to agree with the skipper though, with Lindell, in that why don't we just finish the game? You know, there's no way that the other team can win. So what is the big issue? Yes, it may not have been done in terms of what was required in terms of the rules, but I'm not sure what the umpires are saying. And I think the umpires control the game. And they are the ones who have to determine.
The final say, yes.
They have the final say. And therefore, I don't know why the other players would think that they could just leave if the umpires decide that it's not over. The match is virtually over. It's almost impossible well, they have finally concluded. I don't know what they have.
Well, the argument was in the exchange of the teams, when the toss was taken, in the exchange of the team, he was not on the team
listed.
list.
Right.
He was not on the team list.
Okay.
And so, with that argument, the game has been called, and that's the Super Sixers have been bowled out. They have been bowled out for a paltry 82, and so we have had two records in one day. Two records in one day. The lowest power play score, the lowest power play score, that was 15 runs scored by the Super Sixers, and the lowest overall total, that was 50 scored by the Rays Massive.
Oh yes, earlier today, yes. But in the end, today, one would have to say that for one point we thought we wouldn't have no cricket, but we were able to have some cricket, and the spectators at least.
Some cricket? We were able to get a lot of cricket.
Well, a lot of cricket, you know. But the spectators were happy, and at least for today we had even the ambulance were here with us for most of the day. So one would have to say that it was a good day for a lot of people who tomorrow most likely will be heading to the John T. Memorial Race.
Yes, and so before you go to John T. Memorial, ensure first and foremost tonight, join us at the Raymond Irrigation Technical Center at 7 p.m. There's a lovely game there. There is going to be a clash of the Little Soldiers and the Gazelles. They will be clashing tonight's encounter at 7 p.m. And then we will be...
Little Soldiers and Gazelles. They have always had a little rivalry in football, and we know that those ladies...
Sorry, that's my bad. That's Little Soldiers and the EastEnders. And
EastEnders.
And EastEnders has been playing tremendously well. They have been playing tremendously well. And so tonight we are looking forward for nothing better, nothing less. The EastEnders, they have come out and they have stunned a number of teams. And so tonight I am looking forward for nothing less than a good game from the EastEnders. So it is football tonight. Come out and see good football.
Yes.
If you want to, if you're not here, if you're not in Anguilla, you want to see us live, it is AI Live on our YouTube channel. We are going to be live on from the Raymond Irrigation Technical Center. Then, make sure you go and you get your blessing tomorrow morning at whatever church that you choose to worship or fellowship. And then the next place is going to be John T. Memorial.
Yes, but getting back to the football, over the years, the ladies, in my mind, in my estimation, have always played the better football, not necessarily in terms of skill level, etc., but they have put more of their heart and their soul into the football. Sometimes I think that our men don't put as much soul and heart into the football. Sometimes they play nasty, but our ladies, to me, they are the ones who really go out there and give it all they can.
Yes, and so we are inviting you to come out to the Raymond Igisha Technical Center at 7 p.m. as the Little Soldiers take on the Eastenders. Eastenders, the new kids on the block, but they are not playing like new. They are indeed not new players per se.
Yes,
there is a new team.
They played for other teams.
Played for various teams, and now they have decided, you know what, we have enough persons from the East to play, and so they have chosen to play on their own. Not only that, but they have strengthened their team, and so you're going to see the likes of Willett playing for the Eastenders this evening, and so their forward is going to be even a better strike line. And so this evening you got to come out as the Eastenders clash with the Little Soldiers.
Yes.
But then we remind you, this morning we started right here. It was the Razor Massive who took on the Foreign Stars. Foreign Stars got the better of the Razor Massive, skipping out Razor Massive for 50 yards, and they chased it in just about 5 overs. Then we saw, just after lunch, it was Beamers who took on the Sixers, the Farrington Super Sixers. Beamers won the toss and they chose the bat. Beamers, they amounted some 155 at their turn of the bat. And then the Sixers were in all sorts of trouble from the first over with the removal of Monson Hodge and Daniel Proctor by Giovanni Gums. They really never saw their way back as they were finally bowled out for 82. And so Beamer secured a victory here today. Again, before we leave you, I'm going to hand you back to Alkins Rogers, who is going to, again, I must remind you that a number of our players, the players from St. Martin who would have played right here at the APL or involved in the APL would have been selected or have been selected for the Leeward Island team. And so we will call their name again, thanking our sponsors as we leave you today.
Yes, we just want to thank our sponsors, Jerry's Suda, Meher Suda, the American University of Anguilla, Aurora Resort and Golf Course, Najiko Insurance, Carita Walgreen Lindholm, Zemi Beach Hotel, Republic Bank Anguilla, King Ocean, National Commercial Bank of Anguilla, Sid and Pete's Supermarket, Anguilla Electronic, Safe Cargo, yes, Best Buy Supermarket, Mega Charles 54, Clean Stream, Radio Anguilla, Class FM, Lloyd's Live 97.7, and we also want to congratulate the players in St. Martin for making the Leeward Islands under 17 team. Michael Palmer, Nathan Edwards, Tanik Hano, Randolph Longville, Samuel Morton, and Davenant Singh. We want to thank Richie Singh for all the work, all the hard work that he would have done over the years with the players in St. Martin, and we want to thank all the St. Martin officials who stood by and really helped to develop youth cricket in St. Martin, and certainly we applaud these youngsters. I want to thank all those who were listening here in Anguilla, around the region, in the United States, wherever they were seeing Mega Charles 54, and thank you for being there. There will be no cricket tomorrow as we all go to the John T. Memorial Cycle Race, and we'll be back here next week, God's willing. So we want to say thank you very much for being with us, and all the best on behalf of all the commentators. I want to say tata, good night, and bye-bye from the James Ronald Webster's Park. What's the long bit? No, this yours. I know this yours. Right, Michael? This yours. Ah! I said I wasn't doing no more commentary. Huh? That's what I say. I say I wouldn't get back on no mic. Yeah, you need that. I said I was not going to come on no mic again. Had enough. From a little boy? No, enough. Huh?
Yo, Tony and
No, no, no. Huh? Good one. Well, trust me, I don't have the sex like I used to have. I just say, let me come here, but to say, you know. Huh? Attach? My eyes are not as good as they used to be, so I don't have the same. By the right, this is really good. Wow. Wow. That might be the catch of the season. Oh. Well, you know what we could do? Because we may have a thing for the next catch. If we could have something to show them, and then if the one who we say is the best, you know, that would be good. Huh?
There's so much of the hours of play.
Yes, yes. Yeah, no, Jay.
So what I have to do is I have to go back on YouTube, grab that piece.
Oh, okay, but
If you tell me what's in contention, then I can go find out.
if I knew, I don't remember which art, so I may have to ask some of the fellas to tell me which they think would have been the catch of the. Yeah, if they could do that, then because I know
we have those ones.
I prefer them, the teams, to identify what they thought was the best catch.
I guess there's something to look at over the next year and get a big enough space so they can capture it.
Yeah. Let me.
Even today, what I would do is I would save out the replay. Because today ran straight.
Yes, you can do it.
I can't do it for
Yes.
too many hours.
Yes.
After the first
Yes,
half,
yes.
I need time to go get
Back.
off.
Right. No, I understand.
The second half, we played the first half. That was what.
Yeah. No, I understand. But that's good. Because now I'm going to go to the teams and have their views, because normally they just feel that you leave them out. Sometimes you have to leave them out when it is, you can sense a bias, you know, but now they have to know that.
They can't remember them.
No, they remember. I bet you my last dollar.
Okay.
I will ask them. Wait.
I remember the one from my team. I
Huh?
don't remember the rest.
You don't remember the
I
rest?
remember the ones from my team.
Oh,
I was playing, but I won't necessarily.
I'm going to put them on a spot.
Yeah, I think it's a good idea.
Yeah.
And we're not finished yet, so maybe we can think about trying to hold those things going forward.
Like,
It might not happen yet, it may still be coming.
exactly.
Yeah. I gotta stop this thing.
You know, I don't think that was that good, right?
No. The game wants to play the game after.
Yeah. You always say a bad end of it. I'm gonna have to start. I'm gonna put it. Exactly.
No, I'm not.
I didn't get the final score though.
Yeah.